Uh, what you desire what fail you, you needed them most. Because words is poetry. When you have so much to say, you could hardly say anything worthwhile. I'd like to listen to all other panelists more. No.
Durga wants to speak in installments. So we'll have a second round, so you'll be ready with it. So maybe actually we can have you now.
Speak, reflect on Jayanta Mahabharata. Ever since he passed away, I mean, like me and Jayanta were on regular kind of, everyday conversation, daily. I mean, like until few hours before he passed away. I maintained that relationship intimate over last 3-4 years, I guess. And distinctly, if I'm coming back into his life after a hiatus of say 10-15 years while I was in the US and back into Jayanta's life since 2017, since when I published my book Banaras, and me and Jayanta once again we did a reunion in Bombay. So that's me and Jayanta, very intimate, close relationship. And just like his biography, which all of us are familiar, and I don't want to repeat myself. I can see now hall is, getting a little more with people who would like to hear about Jayanta Mahapatra. So what I would like to do here, very few things I would like to share about Jayanta Mahapatra in a very personal sense, and also in the larger sense of the poetry in the larger canvas of the poetry I look at. Much I have already spoken about at various places in the last 2-3 months, doing multiple rounds of prayer meetings, condolences meeting, reflecting on the large body of the work, Jayanta Mahapatra. In my limited experience around the world, Jayanta was unique indeed. I still co-curate Bhaga Poetry Festival. We will be doing our 10th edition. Ravinder Bhai, Kedar Bhai, all are here, and many Odia poets, Deepak Bhai, they all know that over last 10 years we have been curating this festival dedicated to Jayanta Mahapatra. But this year, we will be missing him. Last year I just literally this January went him and fetched him to the festival. He was tired, fatigued, but still he sat through whole day and enjoyed the poetry. So that's what Jayanta, that was Jayanta who was intimate to everyone. I have written about it also when I came to launch his book Noon. He insisted that Ashwini, you must come to, and Kedar was there, and Ravinder Bhai, who was instrumental in getting the book out, the foundation that is wonderful work, Let me start with a little, kind of, disappointment that, look at the, poetry industry. I mean, like our establishment. A person like Jayanta Mahapatra, I mean, like you look at his works have not been, people haven't done justice to his work. I mean, like Penguin, Harper, Speaking Tigers, I keep hearing, and in fact, let me on a note of disclosure, Penguin about republishing some 100 poems of Jayanta Mahapatra as part of their classic series. My poet friends and writer friends, especially from Odisha, I think we need to make sure that, what is called in a Hannah Arendtian sense of immortality. I mean, like immortality, Jayanta is already immortal. His works are already immortal. It's a mere, mortality for Jayanta, material sense, I tell you. In fact, I remember his last message, when he said before getting to ICU, he spoke about, his mortality in the sense of immortality paradox, where one side his poems continue to sublimate us in many ways, not just in one way. In that sense, I don't know any poet, not just in English, but any poet writing in any language who achieve that kind of, the power of what I call twin power of sublimation and elimination, that Jayanta achieved. And therefore, for Jayanta, let me tell you, based on, whatever little I know for last 30, 40 years of my engagement with his poetry, because like Jayanta, what we share together, a hunger for poetry. So the hunger poem became metaphorical for us, both of us. We met quite late in life, in his life, my life, but we developed this hunger for language, our own language, and that's distinctiveness of Jayanta Mahapatra. And this is where, in many ways, my poet friend and colleague Ranjit Hosete, perhaps in 98, 99, correct me if I'm wrong, in a piece reviewing Jayanta's work called the Pablo Neruda of Indian Poetry. But Jayanta was much larger than that, because if you look at the language part that I'm describing here, the unique language that I discovered, and when I came to launch his Noon, and I will remember. I just want to remember that, something that I said about it, Jayanta's work while launching. There's some something that, is something though unique about Jayanta is following. With transgressive thrills and mischievous provocation, Jayanta very quietly, unlike many of us who are screaming, shouting, poems, etc., very quietly and also delightfully invented a unique personal language. It's neither Odia nor English. A personal language is specific to his poetry and his people, like Walcott. He's a poet of his land, his people, and the landscape. I have spoken about in my essay on Jayanta. And also something that I guess we have, poets today assembled in the poets from Odisha writing in Odia language. What is striking about Jayanta's poetic resonance, and which is very rare. I'm also an English poet, but I don't know to what extent I can call myself a poet capable of producing that poetic resonance or dhwani. That's Jayanta's dhwani. Is the exceptional intensity of what I call rasa, or aesthetic enjoyment of rupture and rapture. Etched in our memory, I quote Jayanta, the mating songs of peacock and kingfisher. That's Jayanta Mahapatra. We have been hearing about his poems, much before, this whole, rage about climate poetry or environmental poetry became. Jayanta has been writing since the relationship rains, rivers, rainbows. So you can imagine that what he does, and how he beguiles us, how he beguiles us and mesmerizes us with, I quote him, a map of a country one has never visited. You just, the places you are familiar, Puri poems, and, Lingaraja, Kalinga poems that you are familiar. But when you read Jayanta on Puri, or Lingaraja, or Kalinga war, etc., he beguiles us with a map of a country one has never visited, and to find one's way in, one needs to know how to read the map. That Jayanta taught us how to read the map. Not just Odia map, the largest map of the world, where Jayanta goes from Puri to Ethiopia. His hunger, if you remember, is not just about, mimicking the memories of hunger in Odia history, but also Ethiopian hunger. That's the Jayanta, Truly, much before, I guess, Homi Bhabha started talking about hybridity and a kind of, vernacular cosmopolitanism. Jayanta has already done that, And nothing is repressed in his poems. Nothing, no repressed, Ashish, who has been my mentor, teacher, friend for the last 40 years, was talking about, why we should not repress the self. And it is exactly, perhaps, without reading much, I have never, heard Jayanta, talking about Freud or young Adler, etc., etc. But you know that I'm told that, when you go to perhaps now again Chandrabhaga, his house, Jayanta's writing desk was situated in a room which he called X-ray room, X-ray. He would, turn off all the lights, and he's a physicist. And this is where I guess Ashish Nandi is right, getting into the subconscious, getting into the, the subterranean realm of the ego, Jayanta was there experimenting, with the X-ray light, the subterranean self, and rather than repressing the self, many of us do that in our works, but never repress the self. But even rains, rivers, or rainbows, like any language poet, are sensuous living creatures. I remember my last poem is fasting sparrows and whispering. And the poem Jayanta tells me that Ashwini, even in the most difficult situation, I like this poem because there is so much sensuousness, there is so much love and love that Jayanta did with his poem and his language, meditate living creatures like his own people, breathing, sweating, whispering softly. So that's this elevation of sensuality in Jayanta's poem reaches a possessive life in the sense of Sakhi Bhav. And I'm very carefully, in my essay, I reflected on a little longest way about Sakhi Bhav. And this Sakhi Bhav is very, very intimate to Jayanta and very unique in English poetry. I haven't come across any English poet, ever since, Hickey's Journal, the first English poet written in India, the English season. From English season, almost English poetry or English language is as old as any language now with 200 years of history. But this Sakhi Bhav, bringing Sakhi Bhav to English poetry makes Jayanta so distinctly Indian English poetry. That's Jayanta. You can read it more closely that where this Sakhi Bhav comes from. And my source I shared with Kedar and also, Ravindra Bhai, that perhaps maybe, unconsciously, without repressing his own self, and which Jayanta never disclosed, in much fuller way or directly, but the impact of the Geet Govind, where the lover's attraction, estrangement, and the final reconciliation became enigmatic devotional experiences of life. And that is why I call Jayanta the wandering yaksha of Indian poetry, a pilgrimage poet. I'm trying to summarize some of these things that I have written over the last 2 years about Jayanta. So I won't be surprised, friends. If Jayanta Mahapatra's poems are sung, I'm not saying in which language, are sung in temples, elsewhere, at festivals, at kirtanas, like bhajan, etc., etc. This is perhaps, no poet. I remember as soon as he passed away, the news spread like wildfire. People thronged to his house. And I can tell you, every time I went to Chandrabhaga, his native place and his home, nobody was talking to me in English. I mean, like, I'm also born here in Keonjhar. I was sharing with my writer friends here that, look, I'm a Keonjhar boy, but to what extent, I can justify myself rooted into this land, And this is where, his poem relationship has become so intimate to me, because without belonging to this land on an everyday basis, I belong to this land and the people and the culture and the ethics of care and responsibility in this place through Jayanta Mahapatra. I will come back and share in the next round a very special poem that I wrote, and Jayanta poem, and this is also part of the final edition of Chandrabhaga, last edition, the first patch, first page that Jayanta insisted that I must write by hand. And he told me from the hospital I would not publish. Ravindra Bhai is there, I guess. Ravindra Bhai, you made a slight, there was a slight type, mistake there by handwriting. So that poem, some of a little, abstract. passage I will read from the, what I call traveling mirrors. But originally that piece was titled, a summer poem. A summer poem for Jayanta. Thank you very much.
In or living in Odisha, you should become aware of what he has left for you. And for him, history was not history something in the past and therefore dead and gone. He lived the history of Odisha in the present. And that is why his poem Kalinga is so important. Because he saw that Dolly River red. He said, I saw it. Now red with what? It was with the massacre, and how people were massacred in history centuries ago. But for him, because his, जिसको हिंदी में कहते हैं ना दर्द, particularly young fellows, remember that where you live nourishment to grow and evolve into something else, maturity, right? So this is what you saw in Jayanta, his rootedness. He could have had the opportunity to go anywhere in the world with the kind of importance that he had got in the rest of the world. He could have went and, he could have gone and stayed in America, Europe, wherever. But he chose to stay in Cuttack, in his own house. I was shocked when I went for the first time in a gully, within a gully and so on. And a very warm place. He was so warm, and all the time what the words were, Sukrita, there should be love, there should be companionship, there should be, those were his words. They sounded very innocent. But I was just now, as I was talking, as you were talking, Ashwini, I was looking at my messages, which he actually, just 2 or 3, 4 days before he passed away. I said, I asked him, because he sounded very much in anguish for something. So I sent him a voice message, and I said, Jayanta, what do you want? Please tell me. We'll try and do what you want. And this is for the first time in his life that I heard him say, to be silent. That's all. That's all, sir. That's to me, Sukrita. So, and then I said, but at that you are the best when you want. He said, no, we are the best. Love you, Sukrita. All the time his words were like that, full of love and saying, in a few words, saying a lot. Until his death, it was like that. So I'm saying this precisely because I think young people should realize, and we should realize, even as older people, that it is so important to pause and not keep running. To pause and listen to silences all around. The silence will speak for human experience. Only then can you write poetry. Even if you don't write poetry, you can feel the poetry of life then. Because poems are right? So, should we have Nilim Ji? Nilim Ji is a wonderful poet, very well translated into English, and I noticed most of the poets are actually paying tributes to Jayanta Mahapatra. That is how it should be.
Namaskar.
No, I also on a lighter note, so there are 3 Kumars here: Nilim Kumar, Sukrita Kumar, Ashwini Kumar. Jayanta would have loved it.
I will read a poem on Jayanta Mahapatra in Odia version. Then English person will read Ashwini Kumar. I will try. Jayanta Mahapatra Nare Tamaros Pedaru Srusti Hoituba Meguru Borsa Hue Ebong ব্ৰঞ্জৰ মৎস্যকন্যা মানে নাচি নাচি কুৰকু উঠি আছে ধ্বংসপ্ৰাপ্ত চিৰাকুণ্ড পাথকী নিতুৰিয়া মনীষতি ତମକୁ ଲେହୁଟି ଛାଉଁଛି ଆଉ କେହି ଆସି ତମ ଘର ପାଖରେ ବସା ବାନ୍ଧେ ତମ ଚଲାପଥର ବନାଫୁଲକୁ କାହାର ନିଦର ବଗିଚାରେ ରୋପଣ କରନ୍ତି ତମେ ସସମା ପିନ୍ଧିଲେ ଆସୁ ନ ଆସୁ କରି ଆସୁଛନ୍ତି ଅସୁମାରୀ ଶବ୍ଦାବଳୀ ତୁମର ଚକ୍ଷୁର ଗଭୀରତାରେ ରହିଥିବା ଶିରା ଭଳି ଉତ୍ତେଜିତ ମାଂସପେଶୀ ଦେବଦାରୁ ଗଛକୁ ଆଲିଙ୍ଗନରତ ମୁଦ୍ରାରେ ଅସି ତମେ ଜହ୍ନକୁ ଚାହିଁ ଚାହିଁ ଅଙ୍ଗୁଳି ଦେଖେଇ ଦେଖେଇ ସାରିଗଲ ତୁମର ଦେହରେ ଭଲ ପାଇବାର ଜ୍ୱର ତମେ ଶୋଉଥିବା ଜ୍ୱରକୁ ତମେ ସହିଯାଇଛ ସେହି ଜନକୁ ମୃତ୍ୟୁର ରାଜ୍ୟରେ ଯିଏ କରେ ବାସ ବଙ୍ଗୋପସାଗରରୁ ବହି ଆସୁଥିବା ସାଗର ପବନ ତୁମର ପାଠପଢ଼ା ବୈଠକୀ ଘରେ ବାଟ ଭୁଲନ୍ତି କୋଣାର୍କର ମୂର୍ତ୍ତିମାନେ ତମକୁ ଆଗୁଲେ ଡାକନ୍ତି ତାଙ୍କୁ ଶିରାରେ ରୂପାନ୍ତର କରିବାକୁ ତମର ଭଙ୍ଗା ହୃଦୟରେ ସବୁଦିନେ ବର୍ଷା ଝରେ ନିଜର ପୋଥିଘରର ଏକ ଛାୟାମୟ ସିକ୍ତ କୋଣ ଧରାଇ ଦେଇଛି ତୁମ ହାତରେ କଲମକୁ କବିତା ପୁସ୍ତକକୁ ମୋତେ ଡାକିବାକୁ ମନ ହୁଏ ଜୟନ୍ତ ମହାପାତ୍ର ବୋଲି ଫସା ବାଲରୁ ନିଗଡ଼ି ଆସୁଥିବା ଚିଟର ପଟାଶକୁ ମୋତେ ଡାକିବାକୁ ମନ ହୁଏ ଜୟନ୍ତ ମହାପାତ୍ର ବୋଲି ମଣିଷର ବିସଙ୍ଗ ସଲାପାଠର ଶବ୍ଦର ତରଳକୁ ଡାକିବାକୁ ମନ ହୁଏ ଜୟନ୍ତ ମହାପାତ୍ର ବୋଲି କାରଣ ନୀରବ ପ୍ରାର୍ଥନା ଭଳି ଜୟନ୍ତ ମହାପାତ୍ର ରୁହନ୍ତି ଆମ ଅତି ନିକଟରେ
was material, immaterial, irrelevant, but love was always there. That's Jayanta Mahaprabhu. So I share this love with my friend Neelam, and it's a kind of a duet. And on this note, let me read this beautiful poem that he has shared with us. Jayanta Mahaprabhu. The raindrops trickle down from the cloud of your sweat, and the bronze mermaids slither up the shores to the destroyed heaps of rocks in a rhythm of dance. Someone looks back at you in the sleep. Someone builds a house near your abode. Someone plants the wart of your passage in the garden of sleep of someone. Whenever you put on your glasses, the words come tottering in the depth of your eyes, excited muscles of the rocks, devdas, in the gestures of embrace. You continue to stroll, pointing your fingers at the moon, fever of love raging on your body. You bear on with the fever. You continue tolerate someone, the one that resides in the realm of death. The whiff of wind blowing in from the Bay of Bengal loses its path in your study room. The statues of Konark plead through to convert them back into rocks. There is always rain. There is always rain under the broken twig of your heart. You pick up your pen from a damp, shady corner of your library. I feel like calling the poetry books by the name Jayanta Mahapatra. I feel like calling the chilly wind coming down from the colony of cloud by the name Jayanta Mahapatra. I feel like calling the person erasing an entrance of words and the passage of love by the name Jayanta Mahapatra, Jayanta Mahapatra, Jayanta. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. I must thank Nilim for his poem. It's said that Assamese and Odia are very much close to each other, and Nilim had just proved it. So, as an Odia, I'm really proud of this moment. And Nilim's writing a poem in Odia for Jansar. Jansar basically was an Odia poet. And whatever I'm going to share with you is just going to be a personal vignette. Because for the academic kind of analysis and other things, we have Shikrita ji, we have Ashwini ji, and also I'm not qualified for that. So, luckily for me, I shared the same space. We are born and brought up, both of us, me and Jansar, in Cuttack. So that's a very rare coincidence, you can say. And I have been in touch with him for the first 43 years. It started in 1980 to be precise and continued up to his last day in the hospital. And my relationship with him, as you know, it's very difficult to describe relationships, to dissect relationships. So I'm not going to do that, but I will only tell you this much, that by some coincidence, Jayanta sir shared the birth month of my father, 1928 October. And his son, Mohan Binki, was a contemporary of mine. And another coincidence is this, that both of us lived in the same town almost for our entire life, excepting some internoms. So, it's a kind of sad relationship which is very difficult to, as I say, describe. He kind of loved me, I think. Of course, I did the same. So it was mutual love. People know about it. And there is absolutely unconditional relationship. I haven't taken advantage of being close to Jayanta sir ever. In fact, I never thought of it. And today I am very sad because I am on the podium where in the first edition of Soa Literary Festival, I had a conversation with the man we are talking about now. Sorry. So that makes me a bit emotional. It was a kind of, exactly as Ashwini said, it was not a father-son kind of relationship, but somewhat akin to that. And he was very protective about me. Sorry. Just before he passed away, a couple of months before that, he was lying on his bed. I was almost visiting him, you can say, at least twice a week, sometimes almost daily. And the last book of his Odia anthology of poems, I presented to him in his hospital bed, along with the publisher friend of mine, Jivananda Mishra. So that was the kind of relationship. It was very, very personal, and of course there was an element of poetry somewhere, but poetry never dominated our relationship. As Ashwini told, actually we rarely discuss poems and poetry. Apana Madam also knows he never liked to discuss these things. He was a very simple person. Will you believe that in 2023, he didn't have an AC in his place? And his needs were very limited. He was accessible to all. Even if a kid used to write to him, he will certainly respond. He will give an answer. That kind of a person he was. I don't think very many people manage to do this. At least I don't. We are accessible and at the same time not accessible. But he was accessible to all, universally accessible. You needn't be a poet to talk to him or write to him or meet him. He was accessible to all, the rickshaw pullers, the cycle mechanic, especially his friends were mostly located in the General Post Office of Cuttack. Because his contact with the outer world was through GPO Cuttack, that is General Post Office of Cuttack. He didn't have the advantage of having a member of the Bombay Circle of Poets. Poshang Machan is sitting here. I think he will bear me out. Whatever he did, he got his work published by sending those poems through the post office only. And he is a person, I have come across many people because I was with All India Radio, many celebrities, very successful personalities. But I haven't come across someone who has come up to this level without handholding, without having any godfather, without having any support base. It was through merit and merit. That was Jayant Mahapatra. Thank you.
I can go on talking about Jayanta's poem endlessly, but I won't. I think I'll share two anecdotes, one personal, one not personal. Long back, once Jayant Mahapatra was invited by Sambalpur Public Library to inaugurate the library. The moment he checked into the hotel, he inquired after me from the organizers. He kept asking them if Durga has been informed. The organizers, that included a former vice chancellor, kept wondering why should a celebrated poet is so eager to meet a minor, lesser known poet of Sambalpur. Ultimately, when he kept insisting that I be informed, I got a phone call from one of his erstwhile students who was the chief engineer of water resources department, with James at the other end, saying, Durga, ମୁଁ ତ ସହରରେ ଅଛି, ତୁ ମୋତେ ଦେଖିବାକୁ ଆସିବୁନି? Durga, I am in your town. Won't you be coming to see me? I rushed in immediately with my wife and daughter. He was so happy seeing us. He was very fond of my daughter. He said to my wife, don't you think it is very difficult to live with a poet? Before my wife responded, he himself answered, I know it is. And the next anecdote, let me share with you something that happened long ago, about 18 or 20 years ago, it must be.
Durga, please, just about 2 minutes.
I'll just read it out. Jayanto was to be honored with Gangadhar National Award for Poetry from Sambalpur University. The authorities contacted him and offered a car in service of him. That a car was to go from Sambalpur to Cuttack, bring him, attend the ceremony, and drop him back at Cuttack. Then Jayanto sir, when he came to know about this arrangement, he said nothing. I will go on my own. The university did not bother about my travel. Just a day before the ceremony, the university people were informed that JM was coming by train, which would reach Sambalpur station in the evening. So some staff were there at the station to receive Jayanta Mahapatra. None of them had seen Jayanta Mahapatra in person, only in photos. They didn't believe their eyes when they saw Jayanta Mahapatra emerging out of a passenger train that was running 2 hours late. Puri Raurkela passenger to be specific. Looking tired, but all in smiles and happiness. He was saying that he had sat among the men and women who had gone to forest to collect forest product like sal leaves and dantun twigs and sell in the market. He had a hearty talk with all of them. He was so grounded. He was so down to earth. That was Jayanta Mahapatra.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So, I think we should bring the session to a close unless there is somebody who would like to say something, a comment, a question. Anyone else who might want to say something? We just have about 1 or 2 minutes since we started late. Otherwise, I know the next session has to start. Is there anyone else? So, all right. But the spirit is around, poetry is around, right? So I think we have to make the best of what he has left for us. So, but of course, his physical presence and absence now, it does evoke that idea, if only, you know. So, thank you very much, all the speakers, my panel here. And I think it was a wonderfully projected scene in the sense that there was both personal and impersonal material that you got to hear. Thank you very much, each one of you. Thank you.
With that, we come to the end of the session 8, a tribute to the son of the soil, a great soul, led Sri Jayanta Mahapatra. We hope you have enjoyed the session, and we want to thank each and every one of you for being a part of this session. Let's give one final round of applause to everyone who made this session possible. We will be starting the next session within 5 minutes. Now I request Ms. Abhira Bhattacharya to host the next session.
Good afternoon, everyone present here. I request our esteemed chairperson and panelists to take their seats. Our chairperson for the session, Mr. Hosam Merchant, has written 30 books of poetry in 30 years. His papers are archived at Course Library of Cornell University, New York. He taught at Hyderabad University for 26 years. He was awarded the Rainbow Warrior Award in 2019 for his lifetime achievement. Coming to our panel, the first one, Manavi Bandyopadhyay. Dr. Manavi Bandyopadhyay is the first openly transgender principal of an Indian college. She is the creator and editor of a transgender movement magazine in Bengali called Amamala and has received Madhupurnima Award of West Bengal government. Her biopic was used in Kaushik Bandyopadhyay film Nagar Kirti, which won 4 national awards. The biography of Dr. Manavi Bandyopadhyay was published by world-renowned publisher Penguin, and the name of the biography is The Gift of Goddess Lakshmi. Our second panelist for the day, Devika Devendra S. Mangalamukhi ma'am, will be not present today. Our third panelist for the day, Madam Revati. Madam A. Revati is a leader of the transgender community and a theatre artist with a career spanning more than a decade. She has served as the director of Sangana, an organization fighting for the rights of people whose gender identity, gender expression or behavior does not conform to general thinking, where she worked on crisis intervention, community mobilization, advocacy, and foraging links between the transgenders and Dalits and Adivasi women movement. She's their publications to credit and has written 3 plays with a stage regularly. Her name has been on display at the Butler Library, Columbia University, with the likes of Maya Angelou and Tona Morrison. Audience, I want a huge round of applause for our chairperson and our panelists here. I want you people to encourage them. Now, our fourth panelist, Dr. Sanjana Simon. She's been a great personality since morning. Dr. Miss Sanjana Simon is a transgender rights activist, a YouTuber with a striking high 8.21k subscriber from Bareilly. She is the founder director of Love Thy Neighbor Trust based in New Delhi, a transgender rights activist and educationist. She has been writing when she was just 12 years old. She has taken part in Indian prestigious literary festivals like Sayotsav 2023 by Sahitya Academy New Delhi, Umesh Literature Fest Bhopal, Bhagirathi Literature Fest by Government of Uttar Pradesh. Madam has composed more than 150 poems, both in English and Hindi, and she has written 5 short stories. She is famous for her romantic and love-based poems. Recently, she has been awarded with Ketki Sahitya Ratna Samman 2023 by Kathakund Sahitya Seva Parishad, Uttar Pradesh. I would now request our chairperson to take the stage and continue the event, as Madam Meera Parida will be joining us later.
Recently, we were all at the Sahitya Academy panel in Bhopal, and we were talking to young people, and I felt that the young people in small towns pick up ideas from here and there, you know, from this magazine, that YouTube, that this channel, and they really don't know what they're talking about. So I decided this session is about the new work that these writers are doing. But I think that there are young people here, and this is a comparatively smaller metropolis, and they should know certain things. So it's not for the informed, I'm talking to the uninformed. And even among us in June, we had different ideas. We didn't want our differences to come out in the open public. So there is very little I could say from the chair, but I'm making certain remarks based on what my experience was 6 months ago. Because there is no point coming here and not saying the things I want to say, you know, out of modesty or kindness or politeness. So, this is the LGBT panel. They had written different strokes. And I said, what nonsense is this? Call us by our name. We have a name, LGBT. And they were kind enough to call us LGBT this time. You see the kind of things we have to do. How do you do? Even when we accept it, they are bashful about us. We are no longer bashful about ourselves, but they are still bashful about us. So, I'm very outspoken and people know that, but I try to be very polite because they won't call me again if I'm outspoken. So this is the LGBT panel. This stands for lesbian, gay, bisexual and transgender. You can add QIA+ for queer, intersexed, asexual and more. Now you see so many terms and so many subtle differentiations, you know. The acronym is a cry against the tyranny of binary definitions, like man, woman, homo, hetero, straight, gay, normal, abnormal. It is a celebration of the multiplicity of the world and of genders. We are here to celebrate the multiplicity of genders. It's no more two genders. There are many, many genders, like there are many, many things in the world. It is an umbrella term, LGBTQIA, or an alphabet soup, if you wish, for political reorganization. For political reorganization, unity, and revolutionary action in the real world. See, we are all different people. We're all different, we're not different. But we all have to be together, because if we want our voice to be heard, we have to talk together. Democracy is majority. We have to have a sizable majority. I was talking to my friend of 40 years, and I said, there are 50 million gay people in the world. And she said, 50 million? That's a minority. I said, how can you be so callous to me? I'm your friend of 40 years. I stopped talking to her. I'm heartbroken. I mean, yes, there are 2.2 billion people. 50 million are small nations of 50 million, you know. We are a small nation within a big nation. You can't say you're a minuscule minority. I mean, that's not the way to treat us. That is not how democracy works. Democracy is to accommodate the minority, not to the tyranny of the majority. That's not democracy. These are real, breathing people, denied life, who have struggled to nourish themselves so that they can flourish and help others across the lines. Blacks, Jews, Dalit, the poor, the marginalized, women, everywhere to flourish as well. You see, we have to have a unity among all the oppressed people. See, oppression is oppression, but kinds of oppression are different. I mean, the Dalits don't want to be identified with the homosexuals because it is bad enough to be Dalit. They don't want to be called gay. And I know of gay Dalit boys who have committed suicide because they can't do anything else. They can't take a double oppression when they're so young. A note of caution. When gay liberation began, I was in the 60s in America, we used to say everyone is gay. You see, we used to say everyone is gay, and maybe psychologists say people are polysexual, you know. But see, if I have the right to say I am gay, I have the good sense to allow you to say I'm not gay. I cannot tell you everyone is gay and I'm gay, therefore you should be gay too. See, that is a kind of oppression of the liberated. And the liberated also are very oppressive. Once you get your liberation, you get your power, then you start using your power on the less powerful. You see, this is human psychology. It begins in the playpen, the nursery, right? And these are very thorny questions, you know. When gay liberation began, we used to say everyone is gay. This is to deny others their right of sexual choice once we have snatched that right for ourselves. Similarly, some trans people, including some on this panel, say all passive gay men are secretly longing to be women. All passive gay men are secretly longing to be women. Now you see, this is the binary. If you're not a man, then you're a woman. If you're a gay, then you're a woman, because you're not man. You see, because this is thinking in binary, the tyranny of the binary. They cannot think that a person could play a woman in bed, but be a man outside, because it's easier to live as a man. Huh?
Not outside, inside also.
So, again, this shows a disrespect for gay men by trans women especially, and tantamount to sexual fascism. There is gay fascism and we must guard against it. The people here are there to tell their stories. They have 12 to 15 minutes each. And please, I'm not very good at keeping time, so you time yourself, okay? 15 minutes each, okay?
Let's read.
Aja, Belja. Okay, now she wants to go first, so you can let her go first.
थैंक यू सो मच। सबसे पहले मैं एक कन्नड़ा पोएट ने एक वचन लिखा, वो वचन को मैं बोल के मैं शुरू करती हूँ। ಮೊಳೆ ಮುಡಿ ಇದ್ದುಡೆ ಹೆಣ್ಬೆಂಬರು, ಗಡ್ಡ ಮೀಸೆ ಇದ್ದುಡೆ ಗಂಡೆಂಬರು, ನಡುವೆ ಸುಳಿಯುವ ಆತ್ಮಕ್ಕೆ ಮೊಳೆ ಮುಡಿ ಇದ್ದುಡೆ ಹೆಣ್ಣು ಅಲ್ಲ, ಗಡ್ಡ ಮೀಸೆ ಇದ್ದುಡೆ गंडू अल्ला। केले रामनाडा। क्या उसका मीनिंग बोलेगा तो मोले बाल रहेगा तो औरत बोलता है, गड्ढा मीसे रहेगा तो मर्द बोलता है। लेकिन बीच में आत्मा जो है ना, आत्मा को मोड़े मुड़ी इधर मीनिंग दाढ़ी मीशा और बाल चाहती रहेगा तो भी औरत भी नहीं है, मर्द भी नहीं है। सुन लेना रामनाथा, यहाँ पर कोई जेंडर डिस्क्रिमिनेशन नहीं होना चाहिए, क्योंकि हम इंसान हैं। तुम लोग का मारेगा तो हमको भी पेन आएगा, आपको मारेगा तो भी आपको भी पेन आएगा। पहले हमारा सेक्सुअलिटी क्या है हमको मालूम नहीं है, लेकिन हम औरत का तरीके जीना है। बाद में हम सेक्स अट्रैक्शन हमको आता है। पहले हम औरत के तरीके ड्रेस पहनना है, नाक काटना है, बाल लंबा करना है, बेन का कपड़ा पहनना है, वही हमका आश आता है हमको। उसकी बाद है हमको मेल के ऊपर हमको अट्रैक्शन आता है। कभी भी हम गे बेन को इजरा नहीं बनता है, इजरा एक औरत बनती है। सब लोग सुनना चाहिए। गे का सेक्सुअलिटी का प्रॉब्लम है, इसका जेंडर का प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, हमारा जेंडर का ही प्रॉब्लम है हमारा। लेकिन हम सब LGBT एक अम्ब्रेला के अंदर ही है हम लोग को, क्योंकि सबको भी स्टिग्मा डिस्क्रिमिनेशन होता है। सबसे ज्यादा ट्रांस महिला को भी, ट्रांस मेन को भी होता है। ठीक है, यहाँ टाइटल दिया है, क्या मैं बार नहीं बोल सकती हूँ? इसी जगह पे मैं बोल सकती हूँ, मैं जरूर बताएंगी। उसके पहले एक 3 मिनट का एक वीडियो आप देख सकते हैं। ये हॉल का लाइट बंद कर सकते हैं, आप वीडियो देखना, बाद में मैं बात करती हूँ। எங்களுக்கு இது வரைக்கும் என்ன பண்ணிக்கிட்டது? கை தட்டி கடைக்கடையா போய் பிச்சை எடுக்கணும், இல்லைன்னா ரோட்ல போய் செக்ஸ் ஒர்க் பண்ணணும். ரெண்டே விட்டா எங்களுக்கு வேற வழியே இல்லை. ஆனா இந்த சமூகங்களை பார்த்து நிறைய கேள்விகளை கேட்குது. மாடு மாதிரி வந்திருக்கிறீங்க, வெக்கமாக உங்களுக்கு? கை தட்டிக்கிட்டு போய் கடைக்கடையா பிச்சை எடுக்கிறீங்க, உழைச்சு திங்க கூடாதா? இது உங்களுடைய கௌரவம்? சி 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 சி. சிவிலியன்ல மட்டும் நிறுத்த முடியலப்பா, தொந்தரவு பண்றாங்க. ஏமா நீ தொந்தரவு பண்றீங்கன்னு கேட்டா நீ தூக்கி காட்டுறாங்க. மானம் மரியாதை ஒன்றும் இல்லை உங்களுக்கு. சி 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 சி. ட்ரெயின்ல தூக்கிட்டு போனா கூட அடிச்சு எடுத்து காசு கொடுக்குறாங்கப்பா. எங்கிருந்து தான் வருவாங்க? கருமம் கருமம் தலையெடுத்து இதெல்லாம் நம்ம அனுபவிக்கணும். உதட்டில லிப்ஸ்டிக் பூசிக்கிட்டு உடம்பு தெரியுற மாதிரி ரூப மாட்டிக்கிட்டு ரோட்ல செக்ஸ் ஒர்க் பண்ண போறாங்க. இவங்களும் நம்மள மாதிரி அம்மா அப்பாவுக்கு தான் பிறந்தாங்களோன்னு சந்தேகமா இருக்குது. மானம் மரியாதை கண்ணியம் எதுவுமே கிடையாது எங்களுக்கு. சி 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 சி. நீங்க என்ன பார்த்து கேள்வி கேட்குறீங்களா? நீங்க எங்களை பார்த்து கேள்வி கேட்குறீங்களா? உங்களை பார்த்து கேள்வி கேட்கறதுக்கு எங்கிட்ட நிறைய இருக்கு. 5 வயசு 10 வயசு குழந்தைங்களை கடத்திக்கிட்டு போய் பாலியல் வன்புணர்வு கொண்டு அவங்கள சீமனை ஊத்தியும் உள்புதரலையும் கொலை பண்ணி தூக்கி வீசுறீங்களே, இதுவா உங்களுடைய கவனம்? ஜாதின்ற பேர்ல, மதன்ற பேர்ல, ரோட்டிலையும் ரயில் தண்டவாளத்திலையும் கருணை கொலைன்ற பேர்ல வெட்டி வெட்டி வீசுறீங்களே, கட்டி கேட்கிறாங்களோ கட்டி எழுதுறாங்களோ அவங்களை துப்பாக்கியில சுட்டு சாகடிப்பீங்க நீங்க. அடைச்சி கௌரவத்தை பத்தியும் நாயத்தை பத்தியும் நீங்க பேசுறீங்க. இவ்வளவு பேசுறீங்கல்ல, ஒரு நாள் எனக்கு என்ன முடிஞ்சிருக்காங்க தெரியுமா? சன்னியாஸ் ரோட்ல நடந்து போய்கிட்டு இருந்தேன். ஒரு போலீஸ் முன்னாடி வந்து நின்றுச்சு. 2 போலீஸ்காரங்க வரதராம எடுத்துட்டு போய் கப்பல் பார்க் போலீஸ் ஸ்டேஷன்ல நான் உட்கார வச்சாங்க. டியூட்டி முடிச்சு போறவனும் டியூட்டிக்குள்ள வரவனும் ஷூ காலையே என்னை போட்டு மிதின்னு மிதிக்கிறாங்க. தோப்புக்காரனை போட வச்சாங்க. நிலத்துல சாப்பாடை போட்டு மண்ணு சோறு தின்னு சொன்னாங்க. ஸ்டேஷன் எல்லாம் கூட்டி வாரி தொடக்க சொன்னாங்க. சார் நீங்க சொன்ன வேலையெல்லாம் நான் செஞ்சுட்டேன் சார். நேரமாச்சு, வீட்டுக்கு போகணும் சார், என்னை விடுங்க சார். நீ தமிழ்நாடு சார். தமிழ்நாட்டுல இருந்து இங்க எதுக்கு வந்த? வயிற்று குழம்பு சார். வயிற்று குழம்பு. ஏன் இந்த வயிற்று குழம்பு உங்க தமிழ்நாட்டுல பண்ணிக்கூடாதா? எனக்கு தெரியாது சார். We are Indian. நான் இந்தியாவுடைய குடியுரிமையில் இருக்கிறவர். அதனால வந்துட்டு சார் என்ன பக்கமே நான் வர மாட்டேன். இந்த பக்கம் தரவச்சே நான் படுக்க மாட்டேன். என் ஊருக்கே நான் போயிடுறேன். விட்டுடுங்க சார். உடல எக்ஸ்பர்ட் வருவாரு. ஆடப்பாரு, ஆனப்பாரு, மண் ரசப்பாரு, மண் நடையப்பாரு வந்துட்டு போதனன் பாப்படு நாம் தலை தின்னாக்க. சி கொஞ்ச நேரம் கழிச்சு இன்ஸ்பெக்டர் வந்தார். என்னைய ஒரு ரூம்ல கூட்டிட்டு போனார். அந்த ரூம்ல ஒரு செல் இருந்துச்சு. ஒருத்தர் ஜட்டியை போட்டு வச்சிருந்தாங்க. அவன் முன்னாடி என் உடம்புல போட்டு துணி எல்லாமே நாமளே அடிக்க வச்சாங்க. ये स्टेज का टाइटल है क्या मैंने बोल सकता है, यहाँ पर बोल सकता है। ये आप देख रहे हैं ना, इतने वायलेंस हो रहे हैं अपना कम्युनिटी के ऊपर। हम कहीं भी नहीं बोल सक रहे, कोई भी हमारा बात सुन रहे भी नहीं। इतना तकलीफ में जीने वाला एक समुदाय बोलेगा तो वो ट्रांसजेंडर समुदाय है। आप लोग कभी रूम में कोनी चाक से फुटपाथ में सोए होएगा? आपका घर में कभी बिना खाने से खाना उठा कर माँ बाप ने बीरा में ताला मार के रखा हुआ? अब कभी एजुकेशन को मत जाओ करको तुम्हारा माँ बाप ने बोला होएगा? सपोर्ट दे रहे ना, पॉकेट मनी दे रहे ना, लेकिन हमको ये सारे नहीं मिलते। कहाँ बोलो हम सब? यही बोलना है ना? इसके बाद क्या होते वो पॉलिटिशियन में वो सेल के अंदर एक आदमी खड़ा रहता था ना, उनका बाद जाके बोलेगा वो पूरी कपड़ा मेरे को लंगी कर को, ये छाती कैसा है तेरे को, चूत कैसा बनाया तुम, अंदर जाता है क्या, कितना दूर अंदर जाते है तेरे को करके एक लाठी के लेके आपको ऑपरेशन के जगह में लाठी को अंदर छोड़ रहे वो सेल के अंदर एक आदमी ने जाती पेन को वहां पर खड़ा रहे, उनका बाद जाकर बोल रहे हैं क्यों रे ओसी में ब्लू फिल्म देखा ना, कैसे है, फिर देखने क्या और वे ऐसा कर रहे। इतना तकलीफ में जीने वाला एक समुदाय में, इजड़ा समुदाय में आजकल अपना समुदाय को आप सामने लेके आ रहे, ये सोसाइटी की सामने हमारा मुद्दा को रख रहे, इसलिए हम धन्यवाद बोलना चाह रही हूँ लिटरेचरी फेस्टिवल को और हमारा साहित्य अकादमी, उनकी भी मैं बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद बोलना चाह रही हूँ। हम बोल ना पाए किसी जगह में, हमको बोलने के लिए एक जगह दी है। बस हमारा टाइम नहीं है, मेरे को 10 मिनट दिया है, मैं खत्म करती हूँ। थैंक यू सो मच।
Good evening to all. Jai Jagannath! I respected all the dignitaries who is present here. कोठु आरंभ करिबी होस्टिंग करुथिबा तथा मंच रे उपस्थित गेस्ट मते कहउथिले आपण कहिबा पूर्वरु आपण को विषय रे दीपद कहिबे। आप आपके बारे में 2 शब्द बोलना, फिर आप शुरू करेंगे। अभी बैठते बैठते आप देखते होंगे कि मैं मोबाइल पे कुछ लिखती थी, याद आ गया एक छोटा सा पंक्ति। ऐसा ही था वो, मुँह किए मु भगवान कर सृष्टि, मुँह किए मु क्रमजीवी मिक्सी, मुँह किए मु भगवान कर सृष्टि, मु किए मु क्रमजीवी मिक्सी, मु किए मु कविर कलमर एक सुंदर कवितार सृष्टि, मु किए मु शिल्पीर लिहण आउ तुलिरु सुंदर एक कृति, मु माँ बापा ठरू जन्म एक मनीष, मु जन्मर शीतलता, मु पवनर स्पर्श, मु शेष चंदनर स्पर्श, मलयर स्पर्श, चंदनर वासना, मुझे धन्यवाद समस्त को मो मंच तथा आयोजक कमिटी को अनेक अनेक अभिनंदन कृतज्ञता ज्ञापन करी कि ट्रांसजेंडर एवं किन्नर समुदाय पाई गोटे सुंदर, खास करके एलजीबीटी कम्युनिटी पाई गोटे सुंदर प्लेटफॉर्म जो मनर वेदना, मनर कथा, मनर रखा एक सुंदर प्रयास उपस्थित एकाडेमी संपादक विद्वान मंडली को मु प्रणाम जनाऊँगी। कहीं केबेठू ए मनीष जन्म केबेठू सृष्टि आमे माने समस्ते जदि जानिछंती तथापि आकलन करने असंभव। पुराण केबे हमको भूली जाइनी, धर्म केबे भूली जाइनी, खास करके मो देशर सभ्यता, मो देशर संविधान, मो देशर लीगल राइट्स, मो देशर फंडामेंटल राइट्स केबे भूली जाइनी कि मु किए। पृथ्वीर सबुठु बड़ गणतंत्र राष्ट्र बोली मो भारत को कह जाए, पृथ्वीर सबुठु बड़ संस्कृति और परंपरार देश मो भारत को कह जाए, जो देशर प्रत्येक दिन आरंभ हुए भागवत, उपनिषद, वेद, रामायण, महाभारत। रामायण बोधे परिपूर्ण हो न था जदि प्रभु रामचंद्र सरोजी नदी कूलर उपख्यान किन्नर मानकर उपस्थित की जाहिर कर महाभारत सेतेबेले भी कंप्लीट हो न था जदि श्रीखंडी जहाँ ट्रांसमेन बोली कहूँ बाइनरी जेंडर रे जन्म होला बेले से झीर लिंग सहित जन्म होते पर समय मानसिक स्वास्थ्य एवं निजर परिवर्तन को देखिक से कहते आई एम ए ट्रांसमेन। जदि वनवास समय पंचु पांडवंकर सबुठु लड़ुआ पुओ अर्जुन बृह नलार क्यारेक्टर न करि थांते ताहले बोधे महाभारत संपूर्ण हो न तापर भी जोठी मो देशर संस्कृति परंपरा भूलिनी, जोठी मो देशर इतिहास भूलिनी, जोठी मो देशर संविधान भूलिनी, किए भूली गला आम मानकू मनीष हिसाब रे पादे माटी जोठी हमको सम्मान मिलिबो सेटा भी किए छिड़ी नेला। कि दुखर कथा जो माँ बापा मत जन्म कर सीए पलटि गले मोर शत्रु। राजनीति वाला कथा कौन कहबी, से माने भाविले कि मु तांकर भोट बाक्स नुह। तापरे भी धन्यवाद मो सर्वोच्च न्यायालय को जे 2014 एप्रिल 15 नालसा वर्सेस यूनियन ऑफ इंडिया जजमेंट द्वारा मत रिकॉग्नाइज कले थर्ड जेंडर। वाह समस्ते मारिले ताली, मु भी मारिले ताली, आपण माने भी मारिले ताली। समानतार पताका झंडा हलाउथिबा विश्वर 1 नंबर गणतंत्र राष्ट्र देश रे मु तृतीय लिंगी ग्रहण करिनेली। मत दया करके जनता बतेबे हु इज द फर्स्ट जेंडर हु इज द सेकंड जेंडर इन माय कंट्री। भारी दुखर कथा मत ये पसंद करने को दिया जाए कलर मत खाइबा को दिया जाए अपॉर्चुनिटी कि कौन वेजिटेरियन ना नॉन वेजिटेरियन कागज रे लिखा जाए ट्रेन रे गला बेले बट आई एम ए अडल्ट आई एम कंसेंसुअल विथ माय पार्टनर वी बोथ आर मेंटेन द प्राइवेसी देन कैमरा लगिबो मो घरे व्हाट इज दिस यार एठी इक्वालिटी इक्विटी गणतंत्र लीगल राइट्स फंडामेंटल राइट्स केते कथा आलोचना होची आमे माने तो एलियन भी न गोटे समय रे मोर माने अछि मु भी जने पशु प्रेमी मु भी पेट्स रखी छी मु भी कैट पालिसी मु भी ताके बहुत भल पाए किंतु पोर्तुगीज रे चिलिका को केते बार आसोदी ऑलिव रिडले कइछ केते अंडा देले गौरी कुंभीरर प्रजोजन न होले ता वंश लोप पाई जीवा बट अर्धनारीश्वर रूप किन्नर रामचंद्र का आशीर्वाद वार्ता बहन करुवा किन्नर से माने अछुआ अनटचबिलिटी 4 वर्षर झील उपर सेक्सुअल असल्ट हेले से जेल गले बापा बिके जमी आ कोर्ट आगे ठिया हुए बेल आनिया पाई किंतु मु कहे मो ड्रेस परिवर्तन करबी सामाजिक जेंडर को परिवर्तन करबी मु हो जाए क्रिमिनल। ये मो देशर संविधान ये मो देशर सबका साथ सबका विकास हम लोग पीछे तेणु आपण मानक समस्त को कहि कोठी फिर भी मु खुशी मो देशर सर्वोच्च न्यायालय मते तृतीय लिंगर मान्यता देला पारे समाज एबे काम करबे को हाथ बढ़ाई जार फल स्वरूप केंद्रीय साहित्य एकेडमी बार बार आमर स्पेशल सेशन रखुची अमरेंद्र खटुआ भलिया व्यक्ति जे समग्र विश्व रे बाना विख्यात करिसेंती काम करके तांको पाखापाखि 15 वर्ष हम मु सोशल मीडिया रे सारू को चिन्ही रेवती आउटरीच वर्कर काम आरंभ करिसेंती लास्ट सिंस 25-30 इयर्स मानवी वन ऑफ द आइडल इन वर्ल्ड मो फ्रंट रे आयसा देहरा बसिची जतले खाइए को पाउनतला बापा को घर बाहर कर देतले सीजे बीटेक इंजीनियर मो पाखरे सुमन बसिची मो आगरे क्रॉस ड्रेसर जे कि घर परिवार गोटे कंजर्वेटिव फैमिली के छाड़ी के अंटा भिड़ीची अमित सी कहूँ मु काम करी आउ किए न कले मो सोसाइटी पे आज जो माने ट्रैफिक कथा कथा के आम सिविल सोसाइटी लोक माने कथा कथा के कहती ट्रांसजेंडर एवं किन्नर समुदाय कथा आसिले ट्रैफिक पोस्ट में मागुथिबो नले ट्रेन रे भिक मागुथिबो कोन अछि केबे ताको खाली पेट कथा चिंता गोटे चा ऑफर करे का भिक मागुथिबो कहना देश स्वाधीनता हबार 70 वर्ष पर आम रेल लाइट एरिया बंद कर पारे किंतु ट्रांसजेंडर मानकर रेल लाइट कथा कहले रास्ता ऊपर कथा उठे भारी दुख लगे से माने रास्ता रे ठिया होचंती ताको बाकू जाउची कि यार फिर भी बचिया पाई ए लड़ाई से दिन थिला आज अच्छी काली भी रहिबो सहयोग आपण मानकर दरकार धन्यवाद वंदे मातरम।
शालोम प्रेज द लॉर्ड जय हिंद जय भारत सभी लोगों को। मैं डॉक्टर संजना साइमन नई दिल्ली से ताल्लुक रखती हूँ और उत्तर प्रदेश बरेली की हूँ। बहुत ही चैलेंजिंग टास्क पहली बार ऐसा हुआ है कि साहित्यिक मंच पे हमें मिला है और हमसे ये कहा गया है कि हम जो कभी नहीं बोले आज तक या जो दर्द हमने आज तक कभी किसी से साझा नहीं किया है वो हम यहाँ पे बोले। अनटोल्ड स्टोरीज में से एक स्टोरी आप लोगों को सुनाने के लिए कहा गया है। तो साहित्यिक वैसे तो बहुत सारी बातें हैं, कविताएं, कहानियां, गद्य पद सब कुछ है, लेकिन यहाँ पे जब हमसे हमारी जीवनी की कुछ एक ऐसी बात शेयर करने के लिए कहा गया जो कभी नहीं मैंने कही किसी से, शायद अपनी माँ तक से नहीं कही है कभी, मैं वो आज आप लोगों से शेयर करने जा रही हूँ। अभी इंट्रोडक्शन में बोला गया था कि मैं 12 साल की उम्र से लिख रही हूँ और बड़ी तालियां बजी और मैं बताना चाहूँगी बहुत शर्म की बात थी कि एक मासूम 12 साल का बच्चा जिसकी उम्र खिलौनों से खेलने की हो, उसको अपना दर्द परोसने के लिए कागज के पन्ने और किताबों के पीछे की जगह मिलती थी, सिर्फ इसलिए कि मैं वो लिख सकूं जो कहना चाहती हूँ, जो मैं हूं। और किसी मित्र के अभाव के बिना, मतलब किसी अपने के बिना उस मासूम उम्र में अपने आप को टुकड़े टुकड़े व्यक्त करना, कहानियों में, किस्सों में, किताबों में, ये मेरा साहित्यिक लर्निंग कह सकते हैं आप। मैंने लिखना सीखा। आप सब लोग बहुत माइंडेड और बहुत एजुकेटेड लोग हैं। आप लोगों ने गद्य, पद, अलंकार, फिगर ऑफ स्पीच, राइमिंग स्कीम सब कुछ पढ़ा होगा। लेकिन मैं आप सबके बीच में बहुत ही दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण, बहुत ही कह सकते कमजोर सी लेखिका हूँ, जिसको ये सब कुछ नहीं सिखाया गया। जिसको मिला विरासत में तो वो अकेलापन था। जब कोई बच्चा रोता है तो माँ की गोदी में जाके चिपक जाता है और माँ उसको समझती है। लेकिन जब मुझे तकलीफ होती थी तो ना माँ समझ पाती थी, ना बाप समझ पाता था। और मैं अपने आप को टुकड़ों टुकड़ों में, किताबों में, मतलब पीछे पीछे कहीं अखबारों के पीछे, कि कोई पढ़ भी ना ले। लिखने के बाद ये भी डर था कि कोई पढ़ ना ले, क्योंकि पढ़ेगा तो बहुत मार पिटेगी और बहुत दर्द होता है 12 साल के मासूम बच्चे को जब लाठियों से मारा जाए, पाइपों से मारा जाए और इतनी बुरी तरीके से मारा जाए जैसे कि हम लोगों को मतलब ईश्वर ने श्राप के समान इस दुनिया में भेज दिया। मैं इतनी अबोध थी कि मैं ये कहने के लिए कि पापा मुझे साड़ी पहनना पसंद है या मुझे लिपस्टिक लगाना पसंद है, इसके लिए मुझे मार पिट रही है। ये कैसे समाज की बात मैं कर रही हूँ, या ये मैं कैसे भारत उदय की बात करती हूँ, जबकि एक मासूम 12 साल का बच्चा जिसके पास में जुबान है लेकिन सुनने वाले कान नहीं है, जिसके पास में कलम है, जिसके पास में किताब है, जिसके पास में कॉपी है, लेकिन पढ़ने वाला कोई नहीं है, जो खुद ही लिख रही है और खुद ही छिपा भी रही है कि कहीं कोई पढ़ ना ले। मेरी लेखनी आप लोगों की नजर में भद्दी है, आप लोग नहीं पढ़ना चाहते। और इसी तरीके से जीवन आगे बढ़ता चला गया और मैं अपने आप को टुकड़ों टुकड़ों में, किताबों में, कहानियों में लिखना शुरू कर दी। कभी मैं किसी नायक के साथ में ख्वाबों की दुनिया में प्रेम परोस रही होती थी साहित्य में, तो कभी अपनी माँ के साथ लोरियों की बातें सुन रही होती थी, और ये सब सपनों में होता था। हकीकत में तो कुछ और ही था। मैं उस घटना को शेयर करना चाहती हूँ जबकि मेरी सेक्स रीअसाइनमेंट सर्जरी हुई थी। ये वो सर्जरी होती है कि आप सो कॉल्ड मेन स्ट्रीम सोसाइटी के लोगों को पता ही नहीं है। आप लोगों के लिए बहुत ही प्रकृति का एक उपहार है कि आप एक लिंग और योनि के साथ पैदा होते हैं, लेकिन एक ट्रांसजेंडर व्यक्ति के लिए ये अभिशाप होता है। वो जिस सेक्सुअल ओरिएंटेशन के साथ पैदा होता है वो उसी से घृणा करता है, वो जीवन भर उसी के साथ में फोबिक रहता है। उसको अपने जांघों के बीच देखते हुए बहुत शर्म महसूस होती है, क्योंकि वो नहीं है जो वहां पर है, और वो उसको बदलने का भरसक प्रयास करता है। आज तो दौर है कि साइंस ने इतना तरक्की कर लिया है कि हमें बेहोश करके हमारी सेक्स रीअसाइनमेंट सर्जरी हो जाती है। वो दौर था जबकि मेरी बहनों को सिर्फ शराब का एक पैक पिला दिया जाए या फिर उनको किसी तरीके से मूर्छित कर दिया जाए और फिर धार ब्लेड के साथ में उनकी शरीर की इतनी बार काट छांट हो, उसके बाद वो आजीवन ना तो कभी सीढ़ी चढ़ पाए, ना भारी सामान उठा पाए, एक अपाहिज बन के रह जाए। लेकिन फिर भी अपाहिज बनना मंजूर था, क्योंकि मैं वो बनना चाहती थी जो मैं थी। मेरा सौभाग्य है कि मेरे को डॉक्टर्स ने एनेस्थीसिया दिया और मेरे को बड़े हाई फाई से एक ऑपरेशन थिएटर में लेके गए और मैं अकेली जा रही थी। मेरे साथ में कोई नहीं था। विडंबना देखिए, और अरब की जनसंख्या है और उसके बावजूद मेरे साथ में एक व्यक्ति नहीं था। मैं खुद अपनी ग्लूकोज की बोतल को हाथ में लिए हुए ऑपरेशन थिएटर की तरफ बढ़ती हुई जा रही थी और कोई नहीं था। मेरे से साइन करवा लिए गए थे कि अगर आप मर जाएंगी तो आपकी लाश का पोस्टमार्टम म्युनिसिपल कॉर्पोरेशन करेगा, और मैंने उस दस्तावेज में जीते जी साइन किए। ये वो दर्द है जो मैं कभी अपनी माँ तक से नहीं बोल पाई, क्योंकि उसको तकलीफ हुई, उसको तकलीफ होती कि मेरे बच्चे को इतनी पीड़ा सहनी पड़ी। और मैं चली गई, मुझे नहीं पता था कि कब मैं वापस आऊंगी या नहीं। डॉक्टर्स पूछते हैं तुम कैसी हो, खुश हो, मुस्कुरा रही हो, बहुत क्या बात है, बड़ी खूबसूरत लग रही हो। और मैंने कहा जी मैं अपने आप से संजना को प्रवस देने जा रही हूँ। आप ताली नहीं बजा रहे, इसका जवाब खो गए हैं। एक माँ का मातृत्व तब होता है जब वो 9 महीने एक गर्भ को अपने अंदर पालती है, लेकिन मैंने 28 साल अपने आप को अपने गर्भ में पाला और उसके बाद अपने आप को स्वयं की कोख से जन्म दिया और अपने आप को खुद ही उसके बाद लालन पोषण कर लिया। जब मैं 9 घंटे की एक लंबी शल्य चिकित्सा के बाद ऑपरेशन थिएटर से बाहर निकल के आई तो मैं एक बेड में पड़ी हुई थी और मुझे अपने आप को देख के खुद की तरस आ रहा था। मेरे एक हाथ में ब्लड चढ़ रहा था, प्लाज्मा चढ़ रहा था, एक हाथ में एनएस चढ़ रहा था, मेरे दोनों पैरों में जांघों तक रोलर्स बंधे हुए थे कि मूवमेंट होता रहे नसों का। और मेरी 36 नसों को काटने के बाद मुझे 1-2 इंच की योनि दी गई। और वो 2 इंच की योनि मेरे लिए मेरा वुमनहुड है, वो मेरे लिए मेरा सबसे बड़ा पुरस्कार है। वो चीज है जिसके लिए मैं तड़पती रही। मैं हिल नहीं पा रही थी क्योंकि मेरा यहाँ से बड़ी आंत को काटा गया था। इतनी लंबी बड़ी आंत काटी गई थी ताकि विजाइना की ग्रेविटी बन जाए, ताकि जो मुझसे शादी करे उसको मजे आए। तो मेरी आंत कटी इतनी बड़ी और मेरी विजाइना की डेप्थ बनी 12 इंच की। कितनी अच्छी बात लगती है सुनने में कि योनि की 12 इंच की ग्रेविटी है, बिल्कुल औरत जैसी तो है। लेकिन मैंने क्या खोया औरत बनने के लिए, ये मुझे पता है। मैं कुछ बहुत अच्छा नहीं खा सकती क्योंकि मैं पचा ही नहीं पाऊंगी। मुझे गैस्ट्रिक प्रॉब्लम है क्योंकि मेरी आंतें कट चुकी हैं। कब सही होंगी, कब क्या होगा। पूरा प्राइवेट पार्ट उसे ऐसा लगता था किसी ने बिछोनी सिल दी हो, एक छोटा सा छेद छोड़ के। और मैं ऐसे ही लेटी हुई थी, पड़ी हुई थी। कोई दाई माई नहीं थी, कोई मालिश करने की औरत नहीं थी, कोई नहीं था जो तेल पानी कर सके। खुद ऐसे सहारे चलती थी और अपने आप के लिए कुछ पानी या कुछ और ऑर्डर कर दिया करती थी और वो मैं पी के जी रही थी। औरत बनने के लिए योनि की आवश्यकता नहीं है। औरत बनने के लिए योनि की आवश्यकता नहीं है। योनि जरूरी होती है माँ बनने के लिए, बच्चा पैदा करने के लिए। स्तन जरूरी होते हैं बच्चे को दूध पिलाने के लिए। मुझे नहीं पता मेन स्ट्रीम सोसाइटी ने कैसे योनि और स्तन को अपने काम की, अपने भोग की वस्तु बना लिया। धिक्कार है मुझे ऐसे समाज के ऊपर जो एक योनि के साथ में भोग का अनुभव करता है। पहले ही ना हो, मैंने खुद अचीव करा। करती हूँ और जब आईने के सामने जाती हूँ बहुत ही स्टाइल से बोलती हूँ, संजना तुझ जैसी कोई नहीं। इसलिए नहीं कि मेरी गोरी चमड़ी है या मैं बहुत खूबसूरत हूँ, इसलिए क्योंकि संजना तूने 36 नसें कटा के अपने आप को औरत बनाया। तूने वो किया तो शायद ही कोई कर पाता। ये वो कहानी है जो मैं आज तक अपनी माँ को नहीं बता पाई, क्योंकि जब उनको मालूम चला कि मेरी सर्जरी हो गई है तो उन्होंने कुछ दिनों के बाद फोन कर लिया कि चलो औलाद ही तो है। फोन वीडियो कॉल आया और मैंने माँ को देख के मैं रोने लग गई कि वो मेरी माँ है। ये सवाल मैं आपसे पूछती हूँ। मेरी तो एक ही माँ थी, मेरा एक ही बाप था। मेरे भाइयों को मैं नहीं चाहिए क्योंकि मैं उनके लिए बेइज्जती का कारण हूँ, लेकिन मैं अपने लिए भाई कहाँ से पैदा करूँ? ये तो मेरी विडंबना नहीं होनी चाहिए ना। आप मेरे भाई हैं, आप मेरी माँ हैं, आप मेरे पापा हैं। और अगर आपको लगता है कि आप मुझसे नाता तोड़ के मुझे खुशी दे रहे हैं, अपने आप को सेफ और सिक्योर कर रहे हैं, तो बताना चाहूंगी मुझ जैसी बहनें जब उनको परिवार का साया नहीं मिलता है तो वही वैश्यवृत्ति करती है और वही रेड लाइट्स पे खड़े होकर ताली बजाती हैं। वरना कोई इज्जतदार परिवार की बच्ची ना तो देह बेचेगी और ना ही ताली बजा के भीख मांगेगी। सबको हक की और ईमानदारी की रोटी चाहिए। तो मैं बहुत ज्यादा टाइम नहीं लूंगी, पीछे से आवाजें भी आ रही है कि बस करो, रुलाओ मत सब लोगों को। तो ये वो छोटी सी स्टोरी है जिसके ऊपर कभी बात नहीं करी मैंने आज तक, क्योंकि मैं हमेशा लाइफ को एक इवेंट समझ के सेलिब्रेट करती हूँ, मुस्कुराती हूँ, खुश रहती हूँ और महसूस भी करती हूँ कि खुश रहूंगी तो और जवान दिखूंगी। लेकिन आज कहा गया था कि अनटोल्ड स्टोरीज बताना, तो आपको वो अनुभव बताया है कि कैसे एक ट्रांसजेंडर अपने वुमनहुड को प्राप्त करती है। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Jai Jagannath. Jai Jagannath. Jai Subhadra. Jai Jagannath. I'm not agree with the merchant, our chairperson. I never considered myself that I am a gay. I was a woman. I am a woman. I will be a woman. Because Subhadra, Devi Subhadra, Goddess Subhadra, always empowered me that I am not incomplete in my physique. I am divine complete. Okay. First time I'll tell English and then translate it in Hindi. It is not a seldom story. It is not a seldom story. It's an untold story. We were not allowed to speak. We were not allowed to speak. We were only destined to endure sexual abuse. At the age of 3 or 4, unfortunate people somewhere in the West. मैं अपने अनुभव के साथ कह सकता हूँ कि हर इंसान बचपन में बहुत ईमानदार और पवित्र होता है। मुझे बचपन में ही समझ आ गया था कि हमारे समाज एक पाखंडी समाज है। यहाँ स्त्री और पुरुष को सेक्स या लिंग के भेद नहीं होता है। ये भेद मुझे बहुत कम, इसी कारण मैं अपने आप को ईमानदारी से स्त्री घोषणा की जो मैं खोजता था अपने शरीर में। और इसी ईमानदारी के वजह से समाज ने मुझे हमेशा के लिए बंद कर दिया। समाज ने मुझे बताया कि मैं ट्रांसजेंडर हूँ। हिजरा शब्द समाज में बहुत ही क्रूर शब्द माना जाता है। ये जो अब पश्चिम में काव्य का प्यार बन गया है। क्वेयर का जो समर्थक है ये पश्चिम में जैसे कि पश्चिमी का जो देश होता है वेस्टर्न, उसके जो समर्थक जो नाम होता है वो क्वेयर बन गया है। क्वेयर the disrespectful term for transgender, queer reinforces our segregation. However, the make us mainstream, give us empowerment, give us equal by breaking all the discriminations. Crying crocodiles' tears in the assembly. After seeing this, my hatred for the mainstream of civilization has come. I think because I am a lot of heavenly attachment, engage in self लेकिन कोई भी सभा में ले जाकर बिता
the first
Audience, please settle in. Audience, please settle in. So now, I know you all. We have teams and presentation styles in contemporary poetry and poetry. Dr. Bhavan Singh and Anamika will be the panelists in this session. So I welcome the chairperson and the panelists to come to the stage. Take this.
for his
has
I will less more
articulation with insightful impact. And the last key word is slant. Very beautifully put. We have in our Indian something called crokti. One did not be told straight away. There should be a kind of slant attitude. The poem should be slant and not simplistic. Maybe you see it, but not too simple. Just actually the kids' poem. The poem should be slant. It is necessary for aesthetic insight and overall ultimately matters to the reader. This kind of sense of wonder getting by reading or listening to the poem or whatever. That's all I have to say. I now request evaluation. Subtitles and
my fellow panelists, very good afternoon to everybody. Though the hall looks empty, I make big sounds with this. Back, gave me some things about it and said, and particularly gave me two pages of his truth and how much of the truth, but they are like just zinc, and this is what the says in one very well. And his idea was really brilliant. It's because he did a lot of stuff and had other to say. So I must say that this must have been in heaven. A small line of her poem has been subject discussion. She was neither a philosopher nor an aesthetician, but still the first line of her poem that is tell all the truth and but tell it slant. So you must understand what we mean by slant. So it's not a novel idea. I must say that in our Hindu philosophy, we have still better ideas, and I think knowing that in Manusmriti, there are some lines like Satyam Bruyat, Priyam Bruyat, Nam Bruyat, Satyam Apriyam, Nananam Bruyat, Isha Dharma. So please tell the truth if it's pleasant, and tell it in kind of words which must be very palatable to the listener. Even if it's a harsh truth, if you speak in say, the person must be happy even to listen to something which is detrimental to his interest. So it is in honesty, all that says is that everything should be palatable to the people, and exactly that is the echo. It is echoed back. You must know Gandhi They spoke truth, but spoke in such a lovely word, in such a lovely way, they didn't take an action. Gandhi spoke truth, and truth was something the Britishers might not think, might not have thought palatable, but still accepted them because of the fact that they were speaking in good words. The person, on the contrary, spoke harsh truth, and he was accepted. So, problem is how to speak. Satyam Bhuya, Priyam Bhuya, Nam Bhuya, Satyam Bhuya. That's really wonderful. And this is exactly what she has put in her truth. Secondly, the meaning of slang. Slang has been something that to speak is a way that it should be good. I'll give you an example in the Mahabharata. You know, friends, when Vishnu Pitama got a visit from the field, the great Guru had to take. He was the community of the Kauravas. And when he came, Lord Krishna thought that it must be eliminated. So we want the beauty of the Kauravas, we have to eliminate. So he thought of a plan. How to eliminate those. And that was a great war. And he could have this war just in habit. Just in habit. How to eliminate? He called Bhima. He summoned Bhima and said, "Go and kill an elephant whose name was Susuma." Susuma happened to be the son of his son of the son. And he was great warrior, I told you just now. But Susuma was his only son. He was his only weakness. If Susuma is dead, I think will be solved. So he said, "We want to kill the elephant whose name was Asura." Then went to the Dharmas. Yudhishthira did not tell a lie. He said, "Yudhishthira, please do not. You have to do dharma in the restore it. You have to do that." So how to dharma? There's a way out. But he was much reluctant, but after much persuasion, he agreed. Then what happened? Dronacharya, the elephants are sent to the battlefield and shouted, "See, brother, I've killed Susuma, I've killed Susuma, I've killed Susuma." The words is the years of Dronacharya. He was saddened. He was broken. Who is this Susuma, by the way? So he said that if I go to Dharmas, I'm sure that he will tell the truth. So I asked him, "Who is this Susuma? Who is this Susuma?" You know, he said that I have to not tell them. I have to spell on truth. So what did he say? He said, "Asustama Hata. Asustama Hata. Iti Nara Kunya." I said, I don't know whether it was a man or an elephant. And when I came to know that some is dead, some of them shocked. He came down from his chair and sat near the wheels. Then Dushadumna, who wanted to avenge the death of his father, just came and hit him. But he was essentially Lord Krishna wanted to avoid the bloodbath of the Pandavas, and that. So
now that Bhagavan is truth, there are other thoughts coming to me. In fact, what is truth? Are suggesting, and it also you must have knows during the sedition, one Ambushan I am Amrit. I'm Satya. I am also. The poem of mine in India is Haru Micha. The greatest lies are the poem, but it is another line. The poem lies are true or the truth, and that is the authentic truth. Apparently, it's not a moral truth or established truth or which we can pray, ordinarily pray, but to be by truth in poetry with estimate. What I say, above the sun and stars, it can't scientific truth. And poetry is possible. And it's possible. The justice of a peaceful poem. It's possible. That's only poetry is message, vision, possible to describe this kind of and all this talk about the truth, which is beyond the ordinary truth. Like how
Namaskar, and Bhagwan Ji. Sahib has handed over history to us, and he wants us to ponder on the three key words. I'll just alter the order, as women generally change in the room, taking things here and there. I'll begin with slant. In aesthetics, there is a word called Banki Drishti. People who raise the statues of goddesses are asked to make her, make her in a way, make this statue away, that her eyes are downcast. Looking like this. Why? Because if she looks straight into your eyes, you'll get blind. Truth is like that. Because you can't look straight into the eyes of truth. So you have to examine truth from multiple perspectives. And truth, as you know, is like a diamond. It has many aspects, many dimensions to it. It has to be examined from multiple perspectives. That's why this area there's a poem which begins with the line कविता भी है तो उसकी कोई उसे जानते नहीं जानता भी है तो समझता नहीं सब उसे नहीं है और दोस्त कोई नहीं कितनी अकेली मानसलता में मानसलता घायल कबूतर राजा शिके बैठा था बाजा खदेड़ा हुआ. Truth is the barge that runs after all little birds. Truth in this world of very edition of Truth or social media with a scientific of few and five, and we live in a scenario where foul and foul is fair then. So you're looking for the real, to multiple dimensions of truth is the real challenge. And wasteland, now, like a woman, looks at also with a view to examine whether the person drawing close to her deserves her company. Whether he has the patience and the intelligence to decode the multiple layers of her silence and the twinkling words that she spreads over the vast expanse of blue darkness. You need some kind of training, some kind of a patience to decode the multiple silences of poetry. Like a true lover, you have to have that kind of patience if you really want to co-produce truth with her. Then you have to earn the kind of dignity. Modernist poetry and even contemporary poetry believe in spoon feeding. So it got more and more slant. But now poetry can also look straight into your eyes. When I entered this city and I saw a particular picture of Balabhadra, the brother, you know, Jagannath Ji, Lord Jagannath, what's his word? I mean, Balabhadra, we call it Balaram in our part of the world. That's the other person, and the other is Subhadra. Now they are looking straight into us. Like the Devis in North India, they were not looking. They were gazing straight into the eyes. I was stuck with this Adhya Shakti also. Poetry, to my mind, is a twilight zone where the Adhya Shakti of language and the Lakshana Shakti of language and the Vyajana Shakti of language, they play musical chair in a kind of Leela, a divine which is very close to the Leela, divine Leela, hide and seek. Poetry meaning play hide and seek, and all the three kinds of Shabda Shaktis that Saint Poetics mentions. It can even look straight in your eyes as the poetry marginalized poet is, doing. It is looking straight into your eye and then it's taking cast sideways. Look, it's doing. And there could be many ways of tackling and narrating truth. This is one, reflecting into my mind. And of course, it's beyond facts. Truth is always beyond facts. If you see a flower, you can pluck all the petals open, and then you can see it in an organic form, not minding the form but rising above the form and only on fragrance. I think the fragrance part is something that poetry deals with. The theme size of presentation is the second word that set up Bija Shabda that wants us to point out. When I was in school, college, in fact, I was really charmed by a very good metaphor that Yeats used. He gave us a metaphor And he said that poetry, style and theme, they behave in the cohesion of a fork and knife. Slice it fork to, you know, whatever we wish to translate India in a big trouble. Because this is a land where we have faith in the deity of Jagannath, and we use all our fingers. Take a big morsel from the big Bharat Mahaprasad of truth, using our own fingers. And the food that we draw has always a rasas and dhwani fragrance. And the kind of words that all 22 Indian languages and so many dialects in India are very difficult to deal with. The whole word, take for example the word bhoga. There are two meanings to the word bhoga. Bhoga is suffering, and bhoga is also, you know, enjoyment. So as he was just saying, that binaries come flash in one bolt lightning within the heart of truth. Now, and you know, if we say contemporary, that also is, you know, problematic in India. Ours is a land which lives in a continuum. We believe a cyclic order of time, and that's why most of the Indian languages we have the same word, kal, call, both for yesterday and for tomorrow. So in a situation like this, when Indian poet uses all the fingers to draw from the Bhama, he is in a different kind of a, you know, frame of reference. Now, when we say that by truth lies at the center of binaries, we only want to say that if the pendulum of your mind keeps swinging from one kind of bhoga to another kind of bhoga, from angst to some kind of an ecstasy, it will never stop. It will be non-stop. And you will not, and your truth will flash only when the pendulum stops in the middle of, in the twilight zone between the binaries of agony and angst. Only when you can actually, which is called Sthita Prajna or Samya Drishti and many other things. But only when you attain it for some time, be that state of mind all the time. For some time, as they are creating, they are not committed to angst, part of it. They are the zone of truth. So if the mind stops thinking from one body to another, then only it can be in the state of truth. Now, this came as an earthquake to all the world languages, not only Indian languages. After the first, and all the structures in all art forms collapsed, not only in poetry, but also in other art forms. Portraits, landscapes disappeared completely. Domes and towers, minarets disappeared from architecture. Linear narrative disappeared from fiction. Chanda disappeared from poetry. Otherwise, it can be a dialogue. To make the dialogue between civilizations in translations and internets from all over. So that was a time, you will all remember, we were all growing up when we had friends publishing translations from word poetry. Why? Because dialogue was found very necessary. You know, to save us from the civilizational clash. Sometimes I just met a student from translations class. Just, you know, he was talking about, you know, how it has helped him grow. So translation is a great part of not only minds together, but also culture together. When we talk about interface of East and West with modernism, the philosophy of the truth emerged that translations are a must, and the intertext is different cultures must be put to use. It's dedicated in our poetry, our kind poetry also. Everyone, all major poets, who are sitting here, and before and Assamese poetry, one had done it. We have just lost Mahabharata, Rajendra Pandit has it. There is a great translation of translator Rajendra Pandit sitting here. Knows the poets is translated. Rajendra Prasad Mishra, you know, he has when he translated those poets, you know, he saw to because are also great editors. So they have to use the intelligence in section. What to choose the great expanse of truth. I also need some critical wisdom. So the kind he brought, you know, we are now reading all modernist texts where intertext not only from Quran as Sri Radha, but also from different cultures are coming together in a kind of randomness. The hierarchy between the macro and the micro, the West and the East also has collapsed, and the binaries are together. The hierarchy nowadays, after the third phase of this East interface, in the 90s, after the collapse of the Soviet Union, and the advent of the internet, we also have this, but there is a great poet sitting there. Women, unemployed men, Dalits, Adivasis, from the margins, they could now publish whatever fell in the realm of their truth, analyze Bhadra, Balabhadra, and they could straight into the eyes of truth. Their poetry is a great interface of both Abhidhamma and Vyajana. Now, if you are only caring for Vyajana, your poetry could start walking with like a pregnant lady. If you are too deep into references and intertexts, they do full of them, then like a pregnant lady, you will walk slowly. But nowadays, new poets have to intertext. They transplant that intertext from the and folklore, from some text that have been carrying in there into a new context. And now they are flying the wings of a butterfly. They are not walking, poetry is not walking like a pregnant woman, as it used to in the time of T.S. Second phase. Now it is, or it has happened in Mukti. It was genuine, but it was what Gorakhnath talked about. He said about his saints, his what a dog does to a human being before he actually bites you. He takes a great, he bounces up you, and he actually pierces the nail, the whole is on where he's trying to grab. So that is Habakuna. So it gets violent. So he says, Oliver, don't walk like a policeman does with clubbing boots. So this is how who walks in poetry. नहीं बोलता है, थके नहीं करता अंग की तरह, धीरे रखी walks slowly. Because Arnold called intertext today's work. Very, when we have that which is very close to Julia Kristeva and then Bath intertext. Now the intertexts are there in poetry as a different kind of butterflies flying, like little truths, not bigger truth, but the little kind truths. But they're flying very light. Butterflies have, but not in poetry, because truth nowadays is flying like butterflies. And so this is something that I wanted to say now. Aesthetic about ethics. There is, what is ethics? Ethics is the theme of poetry, and of course, the guiding principle. And what is the aspects of poetry? So what is poetry? Poetry is ethics and aesthetics dancing together in some kind of a Leela Bhava. This is a kind of Leela Bhava. Jagannath Puri is very close to that. So in language, I think, is a kind of Leela Bhumi, and it is also a Yuddha Bhumi. We have the tradition of Yuddha Bhumi also become a Leela Bhumi. When Gita was recited, it was a Gita recited in Yuddha Bhumi. So even when we are fighting for our survival, even if we are fighting against so many kinds of violence, still there is a Gita and a Gita guiding us all through. And this combination of language being Leela Bhumi and Yuddha Bhumi is something that's very important for us. And last observation, like me, says that the guiding principles, both of ethics and aesthetics, the guiding, central guiding principles, which is the same. What is it? That of harmony. If we get hyper masculine or hyper or hyper feminine like a Barbie doll, we will be violating the principle of harmony. Anything that is frustrating is as frustrating as well. Violence, for instance, it is not only very frustrating, it's very, very aesthetically frustrating no less. The guiding principle of poetics is that it adheres to the principle of samarasya, no excess. does he look up to? It's not about a lonely man, it's about a man in the community. Now the last thing that comes to my mind is this. If you've ever seen the painting by Michelangelo, you will see what the painting of Michelangelo, Christ goes so weak. He appears without a body. There's just a patch of light there in his painting. There's another painter. When he paints Christ, he paints Christ on the cross. His bones sagging, his skin on dry, and on his face there's a struggle of the man striving for truth, striving for truth. And he is the Christ of the community. There is a Christ as a Buddha. There is tension on us. And the new women and the new girls are looking for, have a patient, have been waiting for that Buddha to emerge with that kind of message.
I have operated the matter for long years. I would like to say one thing in the on which the topic is based. The strongest keyword is and to Bhagavad Gita in the not true. This is the base where truth and untruth are one. Annam Sattva. All we need is more. Taking this very important and reminding a very simple but very the lane of love is so narrow. The lane of love is so narrow. Even the no space for two. Love is basically but it says the lane very important the quality of knowledge right from the
And
Lord
The and they that's best kind of person.
is Aparna Mohanty, and our first panelist is Salma. Our second panelist is Sanjana Simon ma'am. Our third finalist for the day is Momita ma'am, and our fourth finalist is Sujit Kumar Pandya. Madam Aparna Mohanty, the favorite of Odia lovers for conventional beings of women. She is pioneer poet whose writing readers identify their hidden ambitions, passions, sentiments, dreams, and aspirations. Feminism for her is the essence of woman, that woman with love, tenderness, grace, and compassion, that enriches and civilize, writing consistently by she has so about 18 books, including 11 outstanding poetry collections, translation works, and 3 criticism books. A recent series of in Tantra, which she writes under the title Yoginki. Panelist Madam Salma is a well-known name to readers of contemporary Tamil literature, with 2 poetry collections, short story collection, and novels. Salma has made her mark in distinct literature. Her novel entitled The Art Basket for the Crossword Book Prize and for Main Asian DAC Prize. Her second novel will be published in English by Penguin Random House, and her short story collection is bound by Speaking. Our Ma'am Momita is a doctor by Bengal short story writer, columnist, and journalist. She has 9 published novels to her credit and has received a prestigious Sahitya Academy Award in 2019. For her first novel titled Besides, she won the Bibas Award in 2022. She was invited to the Kolkata Literary Meet in 2022, the Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry Literary Meet in 2023, and many other literacy programs organized by the Academy. Our first is Ma'am Dr. Government Director of Love and Trust based in Delhi, activist and activist. She has just 12 years old. She has taken part in prestigious literary festivals like Secretary by Sahitya Academy Delhi, Umesh Literature Fest, Bhagirathi Literature Fest by Government of Dr. Sanjana has composed more than 50 poems both in English and Hindi, and she has written 5 short stories. Our last panelist of the day, Sir Sujit Kumar he has been honored by India's Academy Workers 2015 for short story collection Manasant. Some of the publications have got wide acclamation from all that reads Henthal in 2003, Papa in 2007, and Manasant. I now hand over the session to our chairperson. Please.
Thank you, dear Emin, Commissioners, and the persons nice and before the I have my hearty thanks to Soa and managers of this function to keep us to do this. But I also Salma, Sanjana, those discuss about things. And actually, it's a very big question. What freedom is?
without freedom, creativity cannot flourish. Even those are in jail, in physical bondage, they also experience when they experience what freedom of soul, freedom to express themselves, women, and here the session transgenders are fabulous, fabulous, almost. And when they feel the bodies, their aggressiveness to get the freedom is much stronger. Those who are deprived in the society, those who struggle for freedom, they are the most creative. Because only through creativity, they express their bodies, their inner struggle. That's why I think here we not much focus on the outer side. That is now expecting and using, expecting, will not discuss that type of freedom. We discuss one psychology said that if my body is my life, then freedom is my soul. The confidence of it, my body is my life, my soul. So every 3%, they depend on that freedom of soul. We have every human being between body and soul. By outside freedom, we enjoy, we suffer, we struggle for some things, but our soul is right free. In our Odia, there is a song, Oloto Brukeluchi, Otakati Punjuri, Nadi Mora, Miso, which is playing a and their dreams. Is imprisoned any cannot be caged. Cannot be caged. 90% struggle it cannot be caged. To express himself or herself. So, freedom is not something to be obtained with war or peace, but simply by looking inside ourselves and having the willpower to use. We always in history we are in freedom struggle. This is a kind of freedom struggle, it's all right. But true freedom struggle is simply by looking inside ourselves and having the willpower to alter our desires and feelings. It is essential for every living animal. Living animal. You see, the animals of jungle are free. They are not caged. And it is free. But they and makes him, whereas no jungle animal, they are created much before human creation. They are pretty, but they have no chance to grow because only human beings, they understand the meaning of and utilize they the freedom they grow themselves to grow materially and to grow spiritually both. And in human society, so equal right is there are some people who are suppressed and oppressed by other people. Human beings, man only suppresses man. Man only suppresses the other humans, haves, have-nots, man, woman, bodies, savarnas, dharma, in the scale of religion, different religion people, they also divide themselves and they also they indulge in war and killing. This is not freedom. This freedom is not freedom. I can give you one example. There is freedom for a drunkard. He can drink, just sleep in the street and urinate. Yes, that is also freedom. But another example of freedom, a soldier alone on the border with a single gun, he has every option to run away. He knows he will die, but last breath, till the last breath, he will fight for his country. His Swabiman, Smita, he fight. So, when we think of freedom, every person who understands freedom is a fighter. He will fight for his social upliftment. Without upliftment, there is no freedom. It is a quote. "For to be free is not merely to cast off chains, but to live in a way that respects and enhances the freedom of others." I last one session, I Jana, and this is very particular for us that merely in a way that respects the freedom of others. Those who deny freedom of others, in the name of caste, in the name of gender, in the name of religion, in the name of territory, they deny freedom to others. See, what is so small now? It is family. It is less on your mobile. The one is there. We are fighting. We are fighting, bombing, killing children. In the name of freedom, your territory is necessary. Is it freedom? No. It is the business, the ego of the business, business of death. It is a business of culture. It is not freedom.
freedom is one thing when I was told this voice which in my this world, all my brothers and sisters, my children, should teach it. In this line, I will every panelist to speak 5 sections. They can express themselves in a particular point of view, how they see their personal freedom in which light. So for 5 minutes, their own freedom, what freedom to them, they will speak for 5 minutes, extend they will express themselves. I invite for this. Thank you. In my I thought it was freedom to go out and eat what I wanted, like Nelson Mandela. During childhood, the meaning of freedom for Mandela was quite limited. He considered to be free to run in the field, to swim in the stream, free to roast meat and ride the boat as slow moving bulls. He wanted to it was a transitory freedom. Freedom to me means the ability to run life by my terms, being able to express myself the way I think is appropriate. I see that our generation to have the ability to do the above without any fear. People always tend to dominate others. It's a history that is the nature of many people. We tend to control others in the name of love. We even feel proud of it. There is no such thing as voices. There are those who are prevented from singing their voices earlier, right? When I was confined, my family, society, my young age, I not right. Then not right. These issues, this where always requesting me body animal is always happening. But to establish myself here, I am for the city. Comes to my own thoughts as a writer without posting them for the opinion of others. I express them in my works. But when I say criticism and ideas from into stories and other works, people who are the reason for it, people with very good ideas, will definitely get hurt. The society has different be a writer is a very different thing. Here the ideas need to be liberated. It happens only when numerous thoughts within ourselves and our minds are liberated. First freedom is to release ourselves from our mental blocks. When my family tells me they would only do it physically, they do not have the ideas. Freedom is born when the mind and ideas remain free of oppression. The meaning of freedom is to be myself, to work in creativity, compromising for the of others is the biggest form of freedom. What tries to control me, what tries to define or oppress my body, my idea, the response is this: family, city, caste, religion. My freedom is liberating myself, my ideas, my emotions from these battles. The limitless freedom to write what I want and release my own ideas is freedom. The freedom means that you have no problem with your freedom. Accents do not others. And not only enjoy my freedom, but also ensure others' freedom. Thank you.
Thanks, Mama. I think actually human experience that right like this, I have also faced in my life. And freedom is the right to tell people what they don't want to hear. It is also we have to experience that. And you go to the right they don't want to hear. Women should not tell goodbye for themselves. Nice experience. And now they tongue of Sanjana and see before this session that I want to have I see another and I become happy and beautiful. By I want to be happy. So the secret of our freedom, secret of happiness is freedom. Secret of freedom is courage. And we can
मुझे लगता है दो प्रकार की बुरी और ये चाय बढ़ती चली जाएंगी। आज की बात ये मानदंड बनाए कि भाई ये करना ये नहीं करना है। दिखावे के, क्योंकि असल में तो सब रावण है, सब 10 सर है, सब जो अपने अंदर रावण होता है अनंता वही रावण रहता है। वाल्मीकि का समय होता है जब तक बोध। तो जो सेट रूल्स है वो हम सो कॉल्ड एजुकेटेड पीपल बना दिए हैं, और हम लोग को लगता है कि क्या चलना चाहिए, हम कुछ भी करते हैं, एक दो जाते हैं, और जैसे कि हम तो भारत जब तक आजादी भी है तो हम करते रहेंगे, तो भी नहीं है ना, तो क्या करते हैं? बात करते हैं फ्रीडम की, बुरी फ्रीडम होती है वो हम में जाइए तो जितने विधान आज है आज बने हैं 0.1% वो आगे नहीं थे, और ना ही जेल प्रयोगशालाएं थी, समाज थे, लोग वो जो वो चाहते थे। ऐसे ही करना चाहिए अपनी आने वाली जनरेशन के लिए, अपने लोगों के लिए। मेरे लिए, क्योंकि मैं ट्रांसजेंडर एक्टिविस्ट हूँ, ट्रांसजेंडर महिला हूँ, तो मेरे लिए फ्रीडम का मतलब है जब सत्ता की जीत हो और सत्ता को प्रमाणित करने की आवश्यकता ना पड़े, जब मैं सिर्फ कहूँ और सत्य स्वीकार्य हो, तो ये मेरे लिए। इसके अलावा सेट ऑफ रूल नहीं है, क्योंकि ज्यादा सेट ऑफ रूल होंगे वहां मैं बहुत ही, लेकिन आप बताते गुना करते चलेंगे, तो मुझे बिहार ना बनाइए, मेरे सत्य को स्वीकार कीजिए। सत्य ये नहीं है कि महिला बनी हूँ और मैंने बहुत सारा लगा के एकदम हीरोइन बन के बैठी हूँ, तो ये सत्य है। सत्य ये है कि और बनने गवाना। सत्य ये है कि एक आईडी जेंडर आइडेंटिटी और लेटर पाने के लिए साइकियाट्रिस्ट के दरवाजों के मार के हाथ लगा के देखा कि क्या है, तो कभी उसने मेरी नृत्य के देखा, तो कभी मेरे से बुलाइयां नापने की कोशिश करी, कितना देव और कितना पुरुष। मैं कह रही हूँ वैसे, लेकिन इसको अपने पैमाने पे चेक करने के लिए साइकियाट्रिस्ट ने कितनी बार मुझे रेट कर दिया अपनी निगाह में या वर्णन में, लेकिन क्यों मुझे लेटर चाहिए था, क्योंकि भारत सरकार को चाहिए कि आप जेंडर you have to prove that you're transgender. A woman is not supposed to prove that a woman is woman. A man is not supposed to prove that a man is man. But a transgender has to prove transgender. अरे भैया, हम चाहिए बोलने के लिए भी ट्रांसजेंडर हूँ, इससे बड़ा और प्रमाण छाती और मेरी जांघों के बीच में आधा होते हैं। आप एक इसलिए कि जब मैं और मेरे देख के अपने आप का रेप करे, तो वो मेरी आत्मा का रेप करता है, क्योंकि पाने के लिए अपनी माँ छोड़ी, अपना बाप छोड़ा, अपना घर आना छोड़ा, अपनी नौकरी छोड़ी, आपको दर्दनाक तकलीफों से होके इसलिए कि मैं आप लोगों के लिए अवेलेबल फील मैं सवाल ऐसे बना संसार बहुत ही लालची है। स्त्री और पुरुष मेरी नजर से लालची हैं। कि एक औरत सत्ता को उत्पन्न करने की क्षमता दी है। एक औरत सत्ता उत्पन्न करने की क्षमता नहीं है, उसका रिप्लेसमेंट तैयार है। और एक पुरुष भी होता है, उसका भी दूसरा पुरुष मोहरे आता है। तो ये सत्य है जो आप बोल रहे हैं, और स्वीकारना पड़ेगा क्योंकि ये सच है। ये सत्य मेरे जीवन में मुझे स्त्री और पूर्ण नहीं करते हैं। मैं अर्थ पैदा हुई जरूर हूं, लेकिन मुझ अर्थ में ही ईश्वर है। अब अर्थ मिलके पूर्ण होते हैं कि मैं खुद पूर्ण हूं। मेरे लिए फ्रीडम का मतलब है जब मैं सत्य को बेझिझक कह सकता हूं, मैं बात कर सकता हूं सत्य की, और सत्य को स्वीकार किया जाए। उसको अपना जेंडर असाइनमेंट सर्जरी करने की बात नहीं, क्योंकि उसके बॉयफ्रेंड ने कहा कि जब तुम तो हम शादी, तो ये लालच है कि ऐसा होगा तो हम शादी कर लेंगे। अभी की इतनी होती है ना माँ ना बाप ना भाई ना कोई नहीं, ऐसे में एक पुरुष होता है कि बहुत खूबसूरत, एक कमी है, अगर वो हुई तो मैं तुम्हारा तुम मेरी। और वो बच्ची जो होती है आराम से अपने जीवन पूरी बिल्कुल डॉक्टर के केबिन में जाके और लेट जाती है, और उसके बाद क्या होगा? प्रेम की चाहत में, चाहत में, अपने पन की चाहत में, ऊपर एक छत मिल जाए चाहत में, एक कंधे पे तो चाहत में सब कुछ करवा लेते हैं। और उसके बाद पुरुष तो आता है, सब कुछ कमरे में मैं फिर अचानक से उसकी माँ जिंदा हो जाती है, उसका बाप जिंदा हो जाता है, उसके जिंदा हो जाते हैं, उसके दोस्त जिंदा हो जाते हैं, उसके दुलार जिंदा हो जाते हैं, और वो बोलो प्यार तो तुमसे बहुत करता हूँ, लेकिन शादी नहीं पाऊंगा क्योंकि मम्मी को हार्ट अटैक आ जाएगा। मेरा प्रेम बहुत है तुम्हारे लिए, लेकिन माँ की मर्जी के लिए सहरा बांधना पड़ेगा। मेरे पापा को क्या चाहिए, मेरा चाहिए, फिर संजना जैसे कि और कहती है खुदा ईश्वर ये कैसी दुनिया दी है, कैसी चीजें दुनिया दी है, जाती तो दूर दूर नहीं है। मोहब्बत में मैं तो खो जाती हूँ, सूफियाना मोहब्बत में मैं तो खो जाती हूँ। मेरा रब धुआ और मैं दुल्हन हो जाती, मेरा रब धुआ और मैं दुल्हन हो जाती हूँ। आजादी तब मिलेगी परमात्मा में नहीं होगी। जब तक एक जेल में हूँ ना, वो जेल में चक्की पीसूंगी और पीती रहूंगी। आजाद कब होगी? जब परमात्मा के जाऊंगी। धन्यवाद।
स्ट्रगल तुमने किया है, तो ये कहते हैं कि परमात्मा हमारे जो हम जब सांस लेते हैं ना, एक आवाज निकलती है, वो जो है अहम ब्रह्म। ये लक्ष्य हर हर इंसान की, ये लक्ष्य होना चाहिए। औरत के भी ब्राह्मण कोई कुल में पैदा होने से ब्राह्मण नहीं हो जाता, कोई नहीं होने से ब्राह्मण नहीं हो जाता। से ही they उन्होंने इंसान रचा तो उनके बुद्धि पे ज्ञान है, इसे अपना जैसा हमने बनाया, लेकिन उसे नीचे जा सकता है, ऊपर गिर सकता है। ये फ्रीडम को जितना असर व्यवहार किया इंसान ने, शायद वो नहीं किया। छोटा सा कोई एक कुत्ता करेगा क्या? वो इंतजार करेगा कि कब मैच्योरिटी हो तो उसको वो संगम करेगा। लेकिन हमारे यहाँ जो औरत के बारे में कहते हैं, महीने का 6 महीने का 4 साल डायपर पहने हुए जो बच्ची, वो क्या बचते? तो यही दिव्य ज्ञान, जो ज्ञान के बाद समझना नहीं, वो दिव्य ज्ञान को जानता, तो वो फ्रीडम उसके पास और अज्ञान और मूर्खता की बीज और उनका अस्त्र लेकर सबको मन पड़ता है। तो फ्रीडम इज गिवन बाय ऑपरेशन। नंबर है, हम धनवान है, हम जमींदार है, हम धनी देश के नागरिक है, हमारा धर्म श्रेष्ठ है, ये फ्रीडम by publisher, it must be demanded by the oppressed. डिमांड करने का जो है, वो डिमांड सबको मिलना चाहिए। तो मेरे पास बहुत प्रसिद्ध पुरस्कार केंद्र साहित्य अकादमी के लिए उसने विन किया है, नोबिता। तो हमारे जमाने से उसके माने वो फ्रीडम के बारे में उनका ज्ञान हुआ है, और जितना करना पड़ा, मैं समझती शायद इतना उसको पढ़ाई लिखाई अपने एक्सप्रेस होने में नहीं पढ़ना था, तो उन्हें मैं कहती हूँ अपना
Hello, good evening everybody. First of all, we should remember that freedom is not something that automatically comes to us. Rather, it is something to be constructed. As daylight darkens and night brightens, we move from memory to imagination. That transforms the act of imagining to reality. Freedom also is something which from imagination transforms into reality like love. We should be careful to locate the end within as well as outside ourselves. We need to reconcile with one another, but at the same time, we need to reconcile our conscious and unconscious minds. Because when we see freedom in our conscious mind, in our unconscious mind, we tend to forget that with freedoms comes responsibility. Most of the people are averse to taking responsibilities, so they rather some freedom and seek refuge in the feet of some superhero or superman. Freedom means that every man or woman is super. They can take their own responsibilities. But in real life, we try to follow just like a flock of lamb. If we are asked to take the responsibility of our activities, most of us will be afraid. In writing also, most lack of freedom is not only when you're behind the bars. We all remember a quote by Dr. Carnegie. He talks about women who are behind the bars. One looked at the map and one looked at the stars. One looked at the map and one looked at the stars. The man behind the bars looked at the stars was free in his own mind. We know many people were shackled by ancient customs, traditions, and that inculcates slavery. Slavery is not only someone obeying orders. Has been to reach beyond ourselves, to let go the mis- to wait and up to date, but all coming into awareness of your consciousness. We must be full alert to all discrimination or injustice of any sort, and for this we must go beyond the self, because at the end we stand alone, and when we stand alone, we not only change the end, we also change the beginning. So freedom to me is a definition of perennial optimism, which combats the violence without. Peacemaking the individual and peacemaking in the social order, this can be seen as appealing utopianism. But freedom is not an utopia. Even when the world is through wars, the world is being ravaged in Russia, Ukraine, Palestine. This dream of the world are all the kids to which religion or which area the belongs would be peace and free is the idea of freedom at this present moment. Freedom is something which not only comes to me. Freedom is an element that I am free as long as all humans of this world free. And to become free means to have responsibilities. Responsibilities towards fellowship citizens, responsibilities towards your city or village, responsibilities towards your country, and responsibilities towards your world. And at the same time, responsibilities of this. You may be a man, you may be a woman, but you must consider within that a world cannot be free or cannot be free with the same so why partners, friends, men, women, all should enjoy the same level of privileges, and at the same time should also have the power to accept the same responsibilities. This is the freedom to me, and I fight for the establishment of this freedom. Thank you.
Very well said. Thinking so positively, with freedom comes responsibility. And freedom for you with perennial optimism. There should be and understand he or her own responsibility. Be here, protect,
Yeah, right. The world is free. So, yes, the whole humanity is freedom. Diversity, freedom, responsibility, optimism, everything. Never oppress, never suppress. And human emotion and upliftment, human development. It's a way, the definition of freedom. And among us, there is a privileged person of society, most privileged person, and who enjoy the privilege of society, say, but I cannot because the privilege, the patriarchy also, they are giving such consideration, compassion to the society. I say a few words, say freedom speaking.
Namaskar to all. Freedom means responsibility. Freedom is not outside at any point of time or authority. If anybody is not satisfied with the here, there is concept of degree of freedom. Degree of freedom is minus 1. N matlab number of parameters are n, then degree of freedom is n minus 1. It is because if you put all the parameters into it, that last item must be specific. So the degree is 1 and the degree of freedom becomes n minus 1. So if it is not item, okay. So come to the last World Cup. You must have been given enormous freedom by the coach and management to go hit and stop. His responsibility was always what to put the line to withdraw himself from doing that. It's a responsibility. Management was given the freedom to Rahul and Virat Kohli as long as they can to consolidate the things. But how so? 30 minutes in 20 hours, 7 runs. Freedom I can enjoy. If the freedom is given by the other side, my responsibility to what extent I can enjoy freedom. And there must be an outcome in my mind. There must be a data set in my mind. What I can do. Suppose it is crocodile. It is crocodile. Here, some things are going to see. Some people will go to the young boys do that. I have done that. Extent can go to the crocodile. That is my responsibility. Which time I will pull back. Yes, my ability. And come to the World Cup, another thing. They decided to sit together and enjoy the match. When it came Papa, tomorrow is my holiday. Tomorrow is also your holiday. Play. Then I decided to withdraw my consent from my friends. higher than my private friends or to my 3-year daughter who needs me more. So please never absolute. Freedom is never absolute and freedom is citizen is enormous. Our Constitution has given us freedom to each other. But how to exercise? When you come in India, reduce. When you become in a or in your political party, you are a member of a civil society organization, anywhere there is freedom is restricted to yourself. You yourself restrict also. Organization you also restrict to yourself. Family, anybody, as any entity, freedom is also redefined. Again, your case, freedom is redefined. Freedom is defined with innocent, what I can say, generations. So, 10 parameters of not got freedom of these parameters. Instead of 10, he is sorry. See, I will be mother. I give these to my. But when she grew up and became mother, she herself realized that 3 out of these 10 freedom parameters are not right. She could give 7 parameters of the freedom parameters to her daughter. Again, when she be mother, again she will give extra parameter to her daughter, and she will think that it is right. So, freedom expanded. Also squeezed by technology. Suppose you go to school reunion. Okay, you go to the place and you used to stand and look in your dream. Okay, or whatever. At a point where you are standing, looking at your love lady or love boy, whatever. Over and above that, in the on the this is the so freedom we have in our school days is privacy is squeezed means freedom is squeezed. So I read that freedom is not absolute. Freedom is always bounded by some boundary. You have to decide to what extent you can go and from which point you have to return. That is my responsibility.
Freedom is not absolute, and it brings responsibility. And what we said about myself. We have also here and they dies. We are persons. We have a separate world of our soul, world, and we very much live with it also. So there is also a sense of freedom. Also a war between outer and inner. So I another 15 minutes with us. In 1 minute,
cannot be given to. That's it. It's our not we are waiting for others from others. It's ourselves we have to do. I is not get school education. I could not go out inside home, confined by my family, my society. For 35 years, I could not go outside because the religious is there. Then I got with my rights.
Now, Shona, your spiritual and freedom.
फ्रीडम टू मी जब उठाती हूँ और सत्य को तो वो एक स्वतंत्रता है क्योंकि सत्य को उतनी खूबसूरती के साथ आसाद करता है जितना लिखने वाला मेरे लिए सत्य जो है साहित्य नहीं दिया कहीं फ्रीडम नहीं मिली I have a copy right that's it
we don't freedom or capacity to do whatever we want to. Rather, the humanity, sorrow, humor, pragmatism into one freedom.
Okay, thank you.
In my creative sense, is expressing myself absolutely. Truth is always better. We have put some sari or dhoti or put something into it, and all tell the truth. Make it Islam, make it proper truth.
Now I feel that freedom is of my show. Some another 15 minutes and if I some audience I can see very far from poets and writers before me. If they will put some questions very briefly. Durga, please arrange a goddess for him.
You, with due respect to all the panelists, which I listened to, I beg to differ with my I think freedom is freedom unless absolute. As a creative writer, we need to absolute freedom to think and write whatever we can. As a poet, I don't think what happens in other land, in our daily life, in our service life, in our family life, but I think I don't know what happens in the office or
Because the freedom of speech is taken away. so because so elevates it that the laws of humanity and nature do not alter its course only in love. And we are free and to respect freedom. Thank you. Thank you.
The last session of the day came to an end, and I will express my deepest gratitude to guests for the great us with us today. My insights and contributions, and we are truly honored by your participation. Thank you for sharing your valuable perspectives. Good night.
गोटे सभ्यता साहित्य सृष्टि हुए से प्रेम कविता ऋषि वाल्मीकि प्रेम और विरह सृष्टि में महान संस्कृति महाकाव्य रामायण सागर साहित्य को रुद्धिमान करने ओडिया जननी जन्म लेखक शिल्पी गण शिल्प अग्रज मान सोआ सारस एवं आज यज्ञ आहुति देवा प्रथम निरूपण करी सतुरी कवि ओडिया साहित्य जगत संपादन साहित्य पराकाष्ठ देखा सहवास शून्य हाय शब्द पागल प्रेमिक दल अनेक कविता अनुरोध करी मिश्र को से आशा से यज्ञ नामकरण कर कविता कविता आम मान श्रीदुर्ग प्रसाद पंडा साहित्य दर्शक कविता खेल जीवन संग्राम को नहीं कविता पाठक मान हृदय को प्रभावित कर मो कोरापुट माटीर कवि से होचंदी प्रीतिधारा सामल श्रीमती प्रीतिधारा सामल अनुरोध करी अष्टगर्भ कविता ओडिया साहित्य ओडिया समालोचना ओडिया अनुवाद एवं ओडिया अनुरोध करी पवन अखिर गीत नीनार कोलाज निज विषय खराब कविता भई अनेक कविता से आउ के नहंती से होचंती श्रेष्ठ साहब तांको अनुरोध करी कविता संकल्प से एकाएक अहल्या एवं से सारस्वत ओडिया दर्शक किभଳି संगठित करियो पाठक मानक अनेक कविता अनुवाद स्थान करा जाय परिबो से होचंती सृजनी व्यक्तित्व श्रीयुक्त अमीय महापात्र एवं बर्तमान आरंभ आम सबुठारु मधुर कहीं सार यज्ञर नामकरण कति स्वप्न में जगतर कविता गल सब सृजिबा सृजनी कविता संकलन तांकर पाठकर हृदय छुई चली आसी से दिनवंती श्रीयुक्त विरचागल वर्तमान एक हजिजिबा आमे माने हजिबा आम मानकर ओडिया अग्रगण्य कवि कार्यक्रम आरंभ कर साहित्यिक कवि सूर्य मिश्र मदद कर से कविता पठन प्रक्रिया को आरंभ कर
प्रतीक्षा पीताम्बर दुर्गा प्रसाद पड़ा अमीय प्राय समस्ते 20 वर्ष 30 कविता लिखिले लिखिले समस्त 80 कविता आरंभ भल विरजा बड़ कविता विकल्प धारा बौद्धिक संपृक्ति आने बौद्धिकता संपृक्ति प्राचीन बीज अनुरोध करी विरजा बड़ को कविता पाठ कर आसिक कविता पढ़ी देखिए विशेष विशेष भाषाबाजी किसी कविता
ନିମ ଗଛ ଏବେ ନାହିଁ ମଞ୍ଜି ନିମ୍ବ ଗଛରେ 2 ଜଣ ଦରବୁଢା ଚାଷୀ ଅର୍ଦ୍ଧ ରାତି ପର୍ଯ୍ୟନ୍ତ କଥା ହୁଅନ୍ତି। ନିମ୍ବ ଗଛର ବୟସ ବିଷୟରେ, ମଞ୍ଜି ବିଷୟରେ, ମଞ୍ଜି ଫାଟିବା ବେଳ ଉଷ୍ମ ବିଷୟରେ, ଅନ୍ଧାର ବିବଶ ହୋଇ ଆସୁଥିବା ଆୟୁଷ ବିଷୟରେ, ବିରାଟ ଆକାର, କେତେ ତାର ଡାଳ, ପତ୍ର ସନ୍ଧିରେ ଝିଙ୍କାଟିଏ ସରତା କେତେ ଘର, ଆମ ଧଳା ଛୁଇଁ ଆମ ଧଳା ଛୁଇଁ ନିମ୍ବ ଗଛ ଉପର ଦେଇ ପାରି ହୋଇଥାଏ। ଦ୍ୱୈତ ଖଣ୍ଡରେ ଆମେ ଅନ୍ଧାରକୁ ହମ୍ପାଳୁ। ଧଳା ପବନ ରାତିରେ କଳା ପଡ଼ିଯାଏ, କଳା ପଡ଼ି ଆସୁଥାଏ ହୃଦୟ ସୂକ୍ଷ୍ମ କଳା ବାଟ। ଧମନୀ ଭିତରେ ରକ୍ତକୁ ଲାଗି ଛାଇନି ଶବ୍ଦ ଉଚ୍ଚାର କରିବା ବନ୍ଦ କରିନଥାଏ ହୃଦୟ। ବାଡ଼ି ଭିତରେ କେଶର ପୋକ, ନିମ୍ବ ଗଛ ରୋଗଗ୍ରସ୍ତ ଚୋପା ଛଡ଼ା ଜମଟ ବାଡ଼ି ଭିତରେ କ୍ୟାନ୍ସର ନିମ୍ବ ବଡ଼ ସାଉଁଟି ଆୟୁଷ ଉପରେ ଲଦି ହୋଇଥାଏ ବଳ ଦଳ। ଆକର୍ଷିତ ହୋଇ ଧାଇଁ ଆସନ୍ତି ପତନ ରଙ୍ଗକୁ ଆଲୋକ ସହିତ ଶ୍ୟାମଳ ବିନା ଶବ୍ଦ ବାକ୍ୟ ବିନିମୟରେ ତା ଅତି ଆମ ଦେହକୁ ଆମ ଛୁରିତ ଜୀବନରେ ଯେତେ ଜୀବନ ବାକ୍ୟ କମ୍ ଆମ କଥାକୁ ବାକ୍ୟ କମ୍ ଯେତେ ବହଳ ହୁଏ ସାରିଲା ପରେ ପୁନଃ ନାହିଁ ଗଛ ଗଛର ଅଭାବ ନାହିଁ ଏ ସଂସାରରେ ଗଛ ପକ୍ଷୀର ଅଭାବ ସବୁବେଳେ ଆମେ ସେମିତି ବସିଥାଉ ନା ସାମନେ ଆଖି ଲକ୍ଷ୍ୟ କରି ଧ୍ୟାନ ସ୍ଥାନ ନିଶବ୍ଦରେ ଜାଲ ବୁଣି ଚାଲିଥାଏ ମାଙ୍କଡସା ଖାଇ ଉଗାଡୁଥାଏ ଅମାଟି ଶେଷ ନହନରୁ ଜାଲ ପଡ଼ିଲା କି ରାତି ପହରା ପକ୍ଷୀ ରାତି ଶେଷ ନହନରୁ ଜାଲ ପଡ଼ିଲା କି ରାତି ପହରା ପକ୍ଷୀ ଅନ୍ଧାର ଏକ ଶୂନ୍ୟ କଳାଭର୍ତ୍ତ ଅନ୍ଧାର ଏକ ଶୂନ୍ୟ କଳାଭର୍ତ୍ତ ନା ବିନ୍ଦୁ ରେଖା ନାଟ ନା ଆଲେଖ୍ୟ ରାତିର ଧାନପତ୍ର ନୃତ୍ୟର ନିତାଇ ଗୁର ଆନନ୍ଦ ବିଭୋର ଧାନପତ୍ରର ଧାରି ଆସି ଆସି ନାମ ସଂକୀର୍ତ୍ତନର ଲହର ନୃତ୍ୟର ତଦାଇ ଗୁର ଆନନ୍ଦ ବିଭୋର ପଲ୍ଲୀ ପ୍ରଭାତ ଏକ ଜଳଧାର ସୁରମାନ ଉତ୍ତର ଆଧୁନିକତା ଏକ ଜଳଧାର ସୁରମାନଙ୍କର ଏକ ପ୍ରାଚୀନ ଲୟ ଉତ୍ତର ଆଧୁନିକତା ନିମ୍ବ ଗଛ ଏ ଯାଏ ପୂର୍ଣ୍ଣରତ ନିମ୍ବ ଗଛ ଏ ଯାଏ ଘୂର୍ଣ୍ଣରତ ଥାଏ ନିମ୍ବ ଗଛର ଗଣ୍ଡି ନିମ୍ବ ଗଛର ଗଣ୍ଡି
ଦୈନନ୍ଦିନ ଜୀବନରେ ଯାଏ ଦୀକ୍ଷା ଜଣା ନଈର ନାର ଗଲା ସମ୍ପର୍କରେ କିଛି ଖରାପ କବିତା ଖରାପ କବିତା ପ୍ରେମ କବିତା ଆରମ୍ଭ ପ୍ରତୀକ୍ଷା ଜଣକ ଅନୁରୋଧ କରି তুমি
कविता सुमेरा आम्ही यूट्यूब सेदिन सबुठु अधिक सेदिन धड़ा चादर टंगी बहरे बिछे बसिवा
लालन प्रेम पुणी माया को हल्का सुनेंग करिथिला मो मुंड बळ आखिरे सह बेस सुड़ीबार तीव्र गाढ़ रंग जीन्स रे दी चारिटा कट ओठ सुर रे समोहन जीवन अथच देहर आकार बदलुची नाम बदलुची संपर्क बदलुची यथाक्रमे श्रुतिराज बेफिकर विदास इमोशनल ही को जय असले आखि हसरे नियंत्रण करिबा गोटे ड्रेस प्रमो वीडियो शूट करूला गोटे ड्रेस प्रमो पई वीडियो शूट करूला ता घर पछ देखिबा मो घर को मिछरे स्वर्ग कहबा घृणा 6 वर्ष पुराना स्मार्टफोन बेसी ह्यांग रागरे कचड़ी जहाँ सब सही श्रेणी 22 वर्ष यूट्यूब को राजपूती पर गोल गोल हंसे तनवा स्मार्टफोन देखे पूरी इमोशनल हुए मात्र 21 वर्ष को है बाबा माँ परिवार जीवा पैसे परिवार जी ने मोमो को खोजे पूरी जातिरे जाकी है नखरे गारेवा को मोर कष्ट मने पड़े अखरे
धन्यवाद कविता पढ़े फेसबुक फॉलो अस्पृश्य प्रौंच काव्य काव्य बापा कवि नई शुणिले पहाड़ मांसपेशी उत्तेजना आसे नई शुणिले पहाड़ सामफल मुई उठे नई माटीर गाल केमे केमे कहूता जेते पारी बांध धारे घर लंबा सुबे हुए तो बांधी हेबो छिंजाउ अनेक संपर्क केठारु बोही जाइछि नाना करू समुद्र के पालटी जाइछि केबे केबे नई रे निश्वासी हे जाए मो केबे केबे नईरे अनिश्वास हो जाए लुचेई नियो भाग समय समुद्र डाके आखि भरी दिवा जाए मो भीतर मते हरई बसाए बोधे नई कांदिबार मते भी को बोधे नई कांदिबार भाषा मते भाषा कविता दिन राति केबे केबे लागे लुहठू सन्त्रासी आउ केही ना केबे लागे सब मिठापण करि दिए संसार समर मंथन करे ना ईश्वर नेई अमृत ओ असुर हरण संसार समर मंथन ईश्वर नेई अमृत ओ असुर हरण मृत्यु व्याध जीवन को मारे कौन छबिंधी नई आसी भिजे जाए नीरवरे आसे जे बाहर हे छड़े ठोपा ठोपा लुहर टेपेट पाई उड़िया हजार दीर्घश्वासर छड़े भी ठोपाए लुहर टेपेट पाई उड़ी जाएनी मो अधा कवितार
बहुत धन्यवाद दुर्गा प्रसाद पंडा सी कवि को केवल करने छड़ा एक कथा दुर्गा कवि को कलम करने छड़ा काम न थाए आ कविता चमड़ा विफलता बड़
समस्त को नमस्कार तथापि से धन्यवाद कविता समर्पित पृथ्वी सब प्रेम प्रेमी कविता शीर्षक कौन दारुण विपर्य आदौ खातिर करे प्रेम पत्र भूमि ठंडा धारे खेले खेले बुले प्रेम पत्र बही जाउथिबा नई पानी रे प्रेम पत्र पड़िथिबा बयसर कुढ़ कुढ़ तथापि पुरुना भितर सबतक अनावरण कागज पत्र प्रेम पत्र प्रबल भय जी काकर से गंगार प्रेम पत्र प्रेम को प्रेम पत्र को मुठे हाथ लोड़े की निर्वाण हाथी तले धकौथिबा मुंड भी छाड़ी जाए निरीह गोटे प्रेम समग्र अस्तित्व ବତି ଲଗାଇ ଦିଏ ଖାଲି ପ୍ରେମ ପତ୍ରକୁ ବଞ୍ଚେଇ ରଖିବା ହେଇଯାଏ ପରମ କଳଙ୍କି ଧରାଏ ସବୁତକ ମାରକ ଅସ୍ତ୍ର ସ୍ୱର ଏତେ ସହଜରେ ନଷ୍ଟ କୌଣସି କାର୍ଯ୍ୟ ଆଦୌ ଖାତିର করে না প্রেম। থ্যাংক ইউ।
गायत्री सहजरे धरिली घर ना कवि कष्ट आक्रमण केवे बढ़ी धमक केवे केवे वर्षा केवे मुहरे मूलचर काटुव माटी मरमरु केही कहुथिब समाळी जा नयनर लुह दरसिजा पिठी आनंदकर पदे अये रक्त मोर सास से मुठा मुठा गली गल कथा पछ बिल हो जाए विमुक्त विपरीत छुई जाए माटी गंध एते पहिली मृदु कवन भावे यही शस्य सेते लुह भितरे सहस्र महाकाव्य यही जानू जानू जुग पर जुग असो इतिहास मो निजर मो कांद कहीं गीतिनाट्य हाहाकार को बनाऊँगी हाहाकार को बनाऊँगी सुगम संगीत आंकिची भोकर चित्र इति परे भी विनाश कि विन्यास प्रलय हो कि मलय मुथाए। धन्यवाद।
नारी अंतर्मनर गोपन अभिव्यक्ति जनजाति जीवनधारा प्रवृत्ति सब केंद्र साहित्य से पक्षक फेरी चाइना डिग्री कर बही है खेल कविता बही नारी कुमार पृथ्वी सततम बही है जो बही ମୁଁ ଅନୁରୋଧ କରିବି ଡକ୍ଟର ପିତା ସାମଲକୁ ସେ କବିତା ପାଠ
बहुत खुशी आम समय भल भल प्रतिष्ठा कवि बसुँच डॉक्टर एत सह कवि ठिया हवा कविता पढ़ा एमती गोटे अवसर देखा मो साथी गाड़ी बाला पंडा को धन्यवाद दूची कविता महानदी के जानी रखिला मो ना किए रखिला मो अपमान को कथारे तिलक करिछि अनेक थर पछुक बुली चाहिबा मन हुए अनेक थर पछुक बुली चाहिबा मन हुए बेले मन को हजेई देछि हळे आखि पाखरे बेले बेले मन को हजेई देछि हळे आखि पाखरे कि अपलक चाहि रहे घंटा ता चाहाणी मो छाती को टिक करी काटी चली इच्छा जीवाक से जोठी गाधेबा बाहाना दले झियो मन कथा को डंगा करी भसई दियंती आउ दे लुगा सफा श्वास जीव मान रखे ना केते गाँ मो सुजला सुफले मो हाथी रे केते निया केते लुभ केते ताप कौन बुझिला कि इतिहास जाने मो कूल रे माने पढ़ा हेले समय रे जरादीन हेले केते मो छाते संदिर कान्ना शुणी राति अधे लुचि लुचि जो ईश्वर मो कूल रे पाताड़ी होबार देखिछि निज लुगारे निजे गाधेइछि पुरुणा अथच मो बयस आखिरे भण निद एठु सुनी देहटी लंबा मोर दुखली मो देहटु भी लंबा मोर दुख बोली केही मो देहटु भी लंबा मोर दुख बोली केही जणे हुए तो मो ना रखिछि महानदी मो देहटु भी मोर दुख बोली केही जणे हुए तो मो ना रखिछि महानदी सबु नदी अलगा सो अधिक वर्णना कुआडे जाउछि ना निजे भी जानि नि जानि
मोहन करी समिष्ट पानी टी नियो स्वभाव धर्मिष्ठा सभापति आम पाखे प्रथम बही ना पाचेरी राति झड़ पक्षीर गीत दहजन सृजन और संसार भितर रक्षा मन करी स्वनिष्ठ को कविता लिया
संध्या जबकि समस्त धन्यवाद समय बोले फरक नई पानी रक्त मिसे हिंसा से भाव मिसे एपरि आत्मजात पवन मुह सब पथर कलम विद्युत चूल्हा पाखे स्टेज सहित गोटे जवान देह पाखरे दरांडी पकाउଥାଏ माटिर आस अकाल सकाल त्रिकाल लोह आसिबाकू कौन कलम को कथाहीन बयस फेराइली ताको मिछाटिया संकीर्ण अम्लजान सिलर पृथ्वी केवल आक्रांत कपाट सतेज शीतल पवन लिभेई पारि मनरू अविश्वासर शिखा बड़ धन्यवाद
धन्यवाद आम पाखे किसी ठीक देखा जाउछि तो सरोज बड़ छोट आंकर बहुत बही ये कहती बास्तराती देह संपर्क अंग नहीं जोग गोड़ खसिब समय शुभ लाभ छाई जनफरे बाहर मशा ऊपर कहि पारे आउरी कोन कहि चाहि अच्छा सरल देखा ना सरल कविता देखा जाऊ सकते नहीं मो अनुरोध करी फोटो उठे दवा प्रश्न पचारे चलिए हाँ अच्छा कविता भी सरल खूब सरल खूब प्रासंगिक आउ खूब परिच्छन्न
धन्यवाद गायत्री जदिव नाहंती तो सी अच्छा मु भी एठी नाही सेठी अछि ना रे कथा करके आसी कहिथिले बोलते जदि तो निष्ठ ही बाहरी रे गोटे जे कोन गोटे करिवे पांच जन युवक ताले सफल हो गोटे कवि चाहे जदि पांच जन दीक्षित दर्शक ताले अधिक नवम श्रेणी बेला घर को पीछे आम आग दुर्गाड़िया पाखे नीचे हठात केजे गोटे कलाहांडिया मेघ आ चाहूँ एडे बड़े टोपा नाचे वर्षा सांग मोर बही अवस्था टप पानी हठात तमें मो पाख दौड़ी आसी तुम फूल पका छता मोरे किछि बुझा तुम ओढ़नी रखी पोछि देल मोर दुई गाल ओदा से ओदा तुम सुखिला आंख मु चाहिली थोर पई एते कतरे जे दौड़ी आसीथिबा धन निश्वास भी मो छात्री बाटला एते हटा वर्षा राति उठ तमें किछि कहबी हेमो हेले शब्द सब चोरी कर नहीं छता ऊपर वर्षा टपा बरसार टोपा शीतल हेले भी छाती दिए से छाती कुदिए से जाई वर्षा टिके कहला टिका अंधार भी लगी तमें देरी हेले बहु रागिबो आम फेरी आउ गोटे रास्ता जो रास्ता हजि जाए छुआ हजे नहीं प्रेम लाई हजे नहीं प्रेम लाई और दिखे प्रति जाई छाती गुलो छुई छुई हेले बरसा भुलाई पारे हेले बरसा भुलाई पारे होती तर मीठा चिया प्रेमर पलिनिया प्रेमर पलिनिया कौन था कविता का अच्छा वो देखे भी सुंदर था मोर कवितार शीर्षक प्रतिभा प्रतिभा सबुठारे प्रतिवाद मेला गोपन सर्वव्यापी प्रतिवाद क्षत विफलता सारा शरीर काल बुड़ी हो जाए इतिहास विरक्त अति अनुरक्ति के आगुआ पत्र मधुमय प्रतिवादी पारे गाँविया काटी प्रतिवाद निम्नमुखी जलस्रोत व्यापी दिगंत धुआं करी रुद्र रूपरे झारखा करी स्वाभाविक तथाकथित सबुज कागज कलम शोभायात्रा दस्तखत अभियान संग्रह साक्ष्य शब्दलीला रास्ता हरताल अवरोध सामिल हेबाकू अगणित लोक लड़े बाट सफा जदि हाथ जानती फूल एका कथा फूल एका प्रतिवाद थमे नहीं चुक्ति आश्वासे माता जन्म कथा प्रचलित सब प्रतिवाद खोला मेला गोपन सर्वव्यापी सब प्रतिवाद धन्यवाद कवि अपना सुभस्मिता कथाकार सुजीता सुब्रत श्रीमती बसी